there, Tarot family. Welcome to another reading with me, Empress of Fortune. I'm so glad you found me. I'm so glad that you're here. We are doing a pick a card reading today. Maybe you found me from my TikTok. Maybe you're already subscribed to me here on YouTube. If not, definitely go follow me and subscribe and make the family just a little bit bigger. Regardless, I'm excited to do this reading today because I'm trying out a format that I saw on TikTok, and I'm going to give credit to that creator. What is his name? Brian Duffy. He made a video about this tarot format, and I just thought it was so clever, and I want to use it now. So we're doing it's kind of almost like, he didn't call it this, I'm calling it this. It's almost like an alchemization kind of reading. This is a divine message for you, but it's about alchemizing certain things in your life. And I don't know what each pile is going to be about. These are all going to be messages that you need to hear now at this time. But the important part of the message is that you have to give something in order to get something back. And that's where the alchemy comes in. So we're going to kind of find out what your reading is going to be about in each pile. We're going to talk about what it is that you'll be receiving, and we'll talk about what it is that you need to give, okay? And I don't know if this is going to be like giving in terms of having a sacrifice, or if it's just in terms of giving something of yourself that you were already going to give anyway, you know, or that you could be giving and it's not sacrificial. It's more of an addition, let's say it that way, because I feel like sacrifice is almost more like a subtraction. And then we can also think of giving as like an addition to something else, right? So we will be using these decks. We'll also be using my Ask Your Guides Oracle from Sonia Choquette, and we're going to be using the Kim Cran's Alchemy deck as well. So I'm really excited to get into this reading format. I have never done it before. You might have seen it before on my channel, because this is going to be definitely, I can tell, the first of many readings like this. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. We've got 4 piles here. If you check down below in the description box, you'll see that each pile has 2, count them, 2 timestamps. The first timestamp is going to be for your identifiers, and the second timestamp will be for the actual reading itself. Some people really like the identifiers. You do not have to watch them if you don't want to. They're just extra confirmations that you can use to let you know that the reading is in fact for you. Also, you might have messages in more than one pile. That's definitely entirely possible. So if you feel drawn to more than one pile, you're more than welcome to investigate and check out both of those, all 3 of those, even all 4 for some people. You really never know. The identifiers, that's where we play around with our little lip bowl right here. But if you want to skip over the identifiers portion, then you can click the timestamp that will take you straight to the reading, straight to the part with the cards. All right? So don't forget to comment down below. Let me know what you think about your pile. The comments really do not only give me helpful feedback, but it's always just interesting and fun to read what you guys have to say. So definitely make sure you leave me a comment. Anyway, pile 1 here is the Tarot of Sexual Magic. I always feel so immature when I say that. It's like so silly. Yeah, I don't know. There was something else that like wanted to come out about that, but it's not coming right now. So keep your dirty minds out of the gutter. And let's move on. Pile 2 is the Law of Attraction Tarot. I use this deck so often on my channel. It just loves to be a part of it. It loves to be in the mix. Also, I really do believe in the law of attraction, so I think that that's part of the reason why it comes up so often. Pile 3, we've got the Murder of Crows Tarot. I find it interesting, like the energy that's coming through right now with like the sexual magic and the Murder of Crows Tarot. It's like, who's here? Who's watching this? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Whether you are new or if you are a frequenter of this channel, you're welcome. You're welcome to be here. I am just so excited that you're here. So we welcome people of all ages, stages, phases of life. You are welcome to be here. And last but not least, we have pile 4, the Inversion Tarot. I wanted to say the tiny Inversion Tarot. It's not tiny. This is like the pocket version of the Inversion Tarot. So yeah, these are going to be our 4 piles. Like I said, check down below for your timestamps, and I will see you at your reading. thank you again for being here with me, and I'll see you guys in just a second. Hey there, pile one. If you chose the Tarot of Sexual Magic, we're going to get into your identifiers first. So let's go ahead and put that to the side. Get out our little lip bowl. If you're not interested in watching the identifiers, there is another timestamp down below for you. That will take you straight to the part with the cards. Let's get our handy dandy gem pin. I've never called it that before, but maybe that means something to somebody. I don't know. Spirit, guides, angels, benevolent ancestors. I just realized I forgot my candle. All right, let's go ahead and light this candle together. Guides, angels, benevolent ancestors, higher self, thank you so much for your guidance in this matter, in this life, in everything. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here with us and with me. All right, I know that it's like out of frame and you can't see it, but the candle is here and it's burning strong. So let's go ahead and get back into it. I had to take a deep breath for just a second. Let's do another one. It would be so interesting if Lose My Breath by Destiny's Child came out. I don't know if it will though. Spirit guides, angels, benevolent ancestors, higher self. Can you tell us about pile one? Who is in this reading? Who needs to see this reading? Who's this reading for? Who is this reading for? There's like a white hair right here. My dog has white hair, so that's probably one of his, but that could be an identifier for somebody else as well. Who is in pile one? Who are my pile one people? My pile one peeps. Who are they? Who's in pile one? Who needs to hear the message from pile one? This is a great time for you to subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and to hit the like button. Give this video a thumbs up. All right, let's go. All right. That song About Damn Time by Lizzo is stuck in my head right now because I was just listening to it. Alrighty, let's see. This is a nice size pile. Let's go. And the way that these work is that at least one of them should have shown up in your life recently. It could have some sort of significance to you. Like I just mentioned About Damn Time. That could be like your favorite Lizzo song, or just your favorite song in general, or maybe you heard it yesterday or this morning, right? And so even if these things show up in passing, as long as it showed up recently in passing, then that would mean that this reading is for you. Or like I said, if it's significant to you somehow, even if it wasn't recent, then yeah. Boys in the Hood. That makes me think also of that song by Megan Thee Stallion, Girls in the Hood. I've been listening to a lot of like girl rap recently. Always. Speaking of girl rap, Baby Mother, she's a rapper from Chattanooga, Tennessee area. But yeah, love her. But yeah, I listen to that all the time. I'm a big hip hop head, but I mostly would say that I listen to female rappers at this point in my life because they just give like, they're giving a little something extra, you know. Teddy Pendergrass. He was a soul singer, very big during like 70s, 80s era. Please Don't Leave Me by Pink. You know, I love Pink. And I know a lot of people love Pink, the artist. Of course, also the color. But I kind of feel like she gets no love. I'm going to say that. A lot of people really love her. And like her concerts are very dynamic. And you talk to anybody who's been to one of her concerts and they just like gush about it. But I'm going to be honest, I'm a DJ, and sometimes when I play Pink in the club, people are not as into it as I think that personally they should be, because she has some incredible songs, but whatever. Get the party started? Yes, thank you. Cheerleader. I'm Pink's cheerleader right now. But anyway, Oh Me, Felix Jane radio edit. That one's that song where it's like, oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there, and I need her. BoJack Horseman. Speaking of people being there for you when you need them, BoJack and Diane, that could mean something to you. But yeah, Rascal Flatts, that song Love You Out Loud coming through right now. They are like a country group, country music group. Work From Home by Fifth Harmony. Maybe you do work from home. Maybe you're trying to work from home or something. Maybe you're just working from home today. Maybe you have a side hustle that you do from home. We have This Charming Man by Stars. That's a cover of a song by the Smiths. It's almost ripping up, which means that I might have to take it out of the lip bowl soon, but that's a story for another day. And then we have here Big Rich Town by 50 Cent featuring Joe. That's the theme song for the TV show Power. They said, this is a big rich town. I just come from the poorest part. I love that song. Bright lights, city lights, I gotta make it. Make it. Sorry. Yeah, I am gonna apologize for that because that was terrible. 8701, the album by Usher. What a great album. You don't have to call. Dupe. So you could have gotten tricked or duped, aka duped, but this also could be like a makeup dupe. And then it says trickster in here. And that also makes me think of like the trickster voice on TikTok. We have Bootsy Collins, legendary funk musician. Yes. Parliament Funkadelic. Sexy Villain by Remy Wolf. Sexy villain, not the hero. I'm the West Coast Bob De Niro. I feel like a lot of West Coast energy is coming through right now. Nashville and the country music scene coming through as well. Nashville, some people call it Nash Vegas sometimes, so maybe you recently heard somebody say that. What do we have here? Beverly Hills. I told you guys, West Coast energy. Beverly Hills, just the place, location in like LA area, but also Weezer. They have a song called Beverly Hills, but also this could just be the band Weezer in general. It doesn't have to be that specific song by Weezer. I'm also thinking about that song Undone, the sweater song. The Good Place, that's a TV show. Kristen Bell, Jamila Jamil, Ted Danson. We have Satsuma, that's a citrus fruit. Let's see. American Honey, that's a movie starring Sasha Lane and Shia LaBeouf. And Riley Cuff. I don't know how to say her last name. $20. Maybe you have $20 in your pocket right now. Maybe somebody just gave you $20. Maybe you just bought something worth $20. Maybe you gave somebody $20. I knew this was going to come out. I knew it. I knew it because we had that Nashville and I saw the country music energy was coming and we had Big Rich Town. And this is Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy by Big and Rich. So Big and Rich, those two words, they're here. They're here. They're in your face. It's unignorable. I don't know what they're trying to tell us. Maybe you're going to be big and rich. Maybe somebody you know is big and rich or something. I don't know. But it's here. It's not even coming through. It's here. And I mentioned that I was a DJ. We have here DJ Tambi, who is not a DJ, at least not to my knowledge. That's just his name. Or Ink Master. He is an Ink Master. He's won Ink Master 3 times and he became a judge. He is the winningest Ink Master in all of Ink Master history. If you don't know, Ink Master is a tattoo artist competition. Yeah. But like DJing or music is coming through. And country music especially is coming through. Bluebird, Miranda Lambert, Charles Bukowski. So Bluebird, that could be an actual bluebird. Maybe some of you guys have like a bluebird tattoo. That is coming through as well. But maybe you just saw a bluebird or you like bluebirds. Maybe they're your favorite ones. Maybe you're like a bird watcher or something. Charles Bukowski wrote a poem called Bluebird, and then Miranda Lambert based a song off of that poem. Kind of like how I'm basing this reading off of a format that I got from, what is that man's name? Dennis something. Oh, I was totally wrong. Brian Duffy. He does look mildly like Dennis from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I don't know why I wanted to call him Dennis, but yeah, the name Dennis came through as well. Anyway, Beauty in the Dark, the Isley Brothers and Most Def. I love that song. Groove with You. It's like a very kind of like sexy song, which makes sense because we did get this tarot of sexual magic here. So yes, if you don't know it, go listen to it with like some candles on, maybe like in a bath. Or, you know, that could be like a good, is it a good makeout song? I don't know. I have like a whole makeout playlist and I don't think that I put it on there, but it's a good song. It's like it's kind of like for old heads, I would say. If you like maybe like older music, then you'll really like it. But if you just have good taste in music, then you'll probably like it. I'm going in today. I don't know why, but I am. Kamikaze. That makes me think also of that song I'm Going In by Lil Wayne. I'm going in. Is that also Drake? And I'm gonna go hard, and I'm gonna go hard, and I'm gonna go hard. Bitch, I'm going in. Yeah, it is. Drake, Lil Wayne, and Jeezy. Voice. Here we go. Interesting. So I didn't say anything for kamikaze. That could be like the kamikaze shot, or it could just be the word kamikaze or kamikaze in general. Amber. That could be the song by 311. It could be somebody named Amber. Maybe we know some people named Amber and Dennis. Who knows? Genuinely, I don't know. Also, Love is Blind has had many Ambers, but specifically season 1 Amber. But there was an Amber on season 4. Also, there were 2 Ambers on season 6. I Don't Want to Wait by Paula Cole. Speaking of Amber on season 6 of Love is Blind, AD, her name is Amber Desiree. And she had this whole thing where like her fiance, what was that man's name? I don't remember. Clay? Yes. He wanted to like not get married on the day of the wedding, but he wanted to wait because he felt like quote unquote they needed more time. And she was like, no, that's the whole point of the experiment is that we're going to get married. And she was like, I don't want to wait. He wants to wait. I don't want to wait. So Love is Blind season 6 itself could be coming through, or just that energy of not wanting to wait. Maybe somebody telling you that they need more time or whatever. I don't know. And you're not really down with that. Sufjan Stevens, he's a musician. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. Okay, so that is actually the theme song for Dawson's Creek. So we have 2 theme songs here. Big Rich Town and I Don't Want to Wait. Earrings. So you could be an earring designer. You could have a lot of earrings. You could have a lot of ear piercings. Maybe you sell earrings. Maybe somebody just gifted you some earrings or you just bought some. Something to do with that. Baby girl Lisa. So if you don't know who baby girl Lisa is, she is not an actual baby. She's an old woman who was on 90 Day Fiancé. That was just her nickname. I did see an episode. It was either an episode of Dark History or an episode of Murder, Mystery, and Makeup here on YouTube with Bailey Sarian, where she called somebody baby girl Lisa. Like, she called us, the audience, baby girl Lisa. So clearly she's a 90 Day Fiancé fan. Shout out to Bailey Sarian. Suitcase. So maybe you're packing to go somewhere, or maybe you just bought a new suitcase. Maybe somebody gifted you a new suitcase. But yeah, baby girl Lisa. Lisa, she was married to this guy named Usman. He's a Nigerian musician, musical artist. Dream girls. We're your dream girls. Shout out to Cheryl Lynn Ralph. Shout out to Beyonce. Shout out to Jennifer Hudson. Anika Nani Rose. Katara from Avatar The Last Airbender. If you know, you know. Okay? I don't need to tell you about ATLA. And in fact, I'm not going to. Because if you know, you know. What do we have here? Jamaica, man. So maybe you're from there, maybe your family's from there, maybe you just got back from there, or you're planning a trip to Jamaica. Okie dokie. We've got here A Hand in My Pocket by Alanis Morissette. Is it Alanis or Alanis? I will never know. Well, maybe I will know if I went and looked it up on the internet. You can know anything on the internet these days. Cheers, Drink to That by Rihanna. Yeah, yeah. Also, what's that song, I'm With You by Avril Lavigne. Yes. I almost wanted to say Alanis again, but Avril Lavigne. Both of them are Canadian though, Alanis and Avril. Throat chakra. Maybe you're having issues with your throat chakra. Maybe you've recently opened it up. You could be having like a sore throat. Maybe your voice is cracking a lot. If you are under 18, you should not be here. Go find something else to do. I just had to say that because of like the whole puberty thing. But people's voices crack for other reasons besides puberty. The Players Club. That's a movie about a woman named Diana who is putting herself through college by stripping. And we do have the Tarot of Sexual Magic here, so I'm not surprised. Set It Off, Queen Latifah. So that movie stars Queen Latifah. and it's about 4 friends in LA who rob a bank. It's been out forever, so if you haven't seen it, go watch it. Nicole Byer, she's a comedian and TV show host. What do we have here? The Majesties by Tiffany Sao. So yeah, there is a lot of West Coast energy. That book is partially set in California. Other partially set in Indonesia. But it's a great book. If you haven't read it, go read it. We've got here sewing kit. Interesting. So maybe you like to sew. Maybe somebody just bought you a sewing kit. Maybe you are in fact a designer of some kind. That makes me think of that girl on TikTok who's like, I only have 30 minutes and I'm going to make myself an outfit. And outfits always turn out real good too. Romance novel. So you could be a romance novel writer or reader of romance novels. Maybe you just finished one. Maybe that's your favorite genre of book. Zach Brown Band, Colder Weather. Okie dokie. Reconstituted. So that's like when something has been dehydrated and then you put water in it and bring it back to life, right? So it makes me think of like, I was about to say airplane food. I meant astronaut food. I don't know if they do that to airplane food, but it also made me think of like ramen noodles. So maybe you ate something kind of reconstituted recently. Gordon Parks. He's a photographer. Photographing Black life primarily. Animal print. So that could be like your favorite kind of print. Maybe you like to wear it or decorate with it. Or maybe like you buy a lot of things like notebooks or whatever that are animal print. Pineapple. So that made me think of like the pineapple hairstyle, like the pineapple hairstyle for Black girls with natural hair. But also just, of course, actual pineapples, the fruits. You might really like those. Maybe you just ate one. Maybe you have like a notebook with pineapples all over it. Young Dolph, R.I.P. Love you, miss you forever. Memphis rapper. So we got some like Tennessee energy coming through because we had Nashville, we had Baby Mother, she's from Chattanooga. We've got Young Dolph, he's from Memphis. Miranda Lambert, she has Nashville stuff going on. She has like a bar in Nashville. Cardi B, love her. We love you, Cardi. What do we have here? Did I not say Lose My Breath by Destiny's Child? I knew it. See, that's how me and connected, like that's how connected me and spirit are. You know what I'm saying? I know things. That just made me think of that song, I Know Places by Licky Lee. Yeah, Legally Blonde. I was thinking about that movie earlier today. I was thinking about Elle Woods and how she like moved to Boston and all this other stuff, and from California. Boston to California, that's like a tough kind of. And I watched that movie the other day, and she arrived in her car with that big truck of stuff pulling up behind her. I was like, did she just make this cross-country road trip all by herself? Maybe she did. I didn't realize until probably like my 18th time watching that movie that Elle Woods had it like that. That she was the cross-country road trip, just her and her dog kind of girl. And I've done that before. I won't say it's not easy because I had fun doing it, but like, I didn't expect that from her. But you know, she's a lot more independent than maybe people give her credit for. Sex and the City. My rant about Legally Blonde is over. Sex and the City, iconic HBO show. I don't know why I was thinking about Insecure before, the HBO show Insecure, but I was, and so that it's coming up too. But yeah. Chucks. Shout out to Kamala Harris and her Chucks, but also just, yes, these are meant to be like Chuck Taylors, but also they are supposed to be like, it makes me think of Chuckles. It makes me think of Chucky from Rugrats, and I guess also Chucky from like the Child's Play movies. And now I'm thinking about that Drake song Child's Play. And then also for some reason, I mentioned 90 Day Fiancé earlier. I'm pretty sure that girl, her name is Libby. I think her dad's name is Chuck. So again, if you know, you know. If you're part of the 90 Day Fiancé family, you probably know Libby and Andre. She always says it like that. I mean, that is his name, so I'm not whatever. It just makes me laugh the way that she says it. She always like rolls her little tongue a little bit. Andre. She just loves how foreign her husband is. And you know what? I love that for her. You go, girl. You go, Glen Coco. All right. Bob Marley. I knew it. We had Jamaica come out. We have Bob Marley here. So he's an infamous Jamaican musician. One Love. Foundations by Kate Nash. That's a song. Thursday night, everything's fine until you've got that look in your eye when I'm telling a story and you find it boring. You're thinking of something to say. Oh, that song is about how basically like relationship falls apart. Fingertips are holding on to the cracks in our foundations, and I know that I should let go, but I can't. Okay, 12/12. That could be a time that's relevant to you. It could also be a date like December 12th relevant to you. Foundations only uses like 2 or 3 notes in that whole song, and I think she's a genius, and I love that song, and I love her. Anyway, the number 7 coming through. Interesting, we have 2 numbers coming in a row. So 712, 127. Either of those, or even 12127, and or put the 7 in front of the 1212, whatever you want to do. Interesting. Okay, so you could, that's 7 also is like for July, so that is Cancer and Leo energy. You could be one of 7 kids. You could have 7 kids. You could live on the 7th floor, 7th apartment building, 7th Street, 7th Avenue, that kind of thing. Maybe your core friend group has 7 people in it or something. Kendrick Sampson. I told you guys I was getting Insecure energy. He played Nathan on Insecure, but he was also on the Vampire Diaries and several other things. He's also like an activist. Love him. Haterade. Sipping on that Haterade. Chun-Li, Nicki Minaj coming through. Here goes some Haterade. Get your thirst quenched. These birds copy every word, every inch. But gang got the hammer and the wrench. Okay, Toni Morrison. Iconic author. Love her. That book she wrote, Love, is coming through. Flight 99 by Taku, Matt McWaters, and Masego. That's a song. When I said Love is coming through, it also made me think of that TV show You on Netflix. And that girl, what's her name? Victoria something? I don't remember what her name is, but she plays the character called Love. Evermore by Taylor Swift featuring Bon Iver. Interesting. Avenged Sevenfold. That's a band. I do not know any of their music. I don't think I've ever even listened to them, but somehow they made it into this lip bowl. So if you know, you know, I guess. I'm not one of the ones who knows. I'm not one of the ones who knows. I'm not a knower. Company by Drake featuring Travis Scott. So TS coming through with Taylor Swift and Travis Scott. Also, Drake's energy, I feel like, has been really strong here. Does Drake watch my tarot readings? I don't know. But I did say earlier, like, I'm going in. And then also, gang got the hammer and the wrench. Nicki Minaj is talking about, like, her, Drake, and Lil Wayne a lot of the time. So, other things. But yeah. Let's see what else we have here. Dorito Loco Tacos. Maybe those DLTs are calling your name. Maybe that's like your favorite menu item at Taco Bell. Build-A-Bear. Maybe you have a Build-A-Bear. That is a store usually at the mall where people can go and make stuffed animals. A lot of people do it for kids, but sometimes like couples will do it or whatever. Or like if somebody's sick, you might make them a Build-A-Bear. Mariah Carey. Love her. I'm part of the Lamely, I would say. She came out with like a memoir not that long ago. I saw it at the library the other day and I was going to pick it up, but I already had like 8 books, so I'll have to get it next time. You guys, I can't make this shit up, okay? Kimberly from 90 Day Fiancé. She also dated Usman, the same guy that baby girl Lisa was married to. I would be surprised. Usman is in the lip bowl somewhere. Maybe he's in this pile. I don't know. But yes, she also dated Usman, so maybe you and your friend, she and Lisa are not friends. They don't know each other. Well, maybe they know each other now, but to my knowledge, they didn't know each other before. But yeah, Kimberly, she is from San Diego. All black everything. Love that. Love that. Maybe you like to wear all black. It's like a very New York thing to do, is to wear all black. Let's see. What do we have here? We've got pecan pie or pecan pie. However you want to say it. However you want to say it. Alright, we've got Nobody's Supposed to Be Here by Deborah Cox. How did you get here? Nobody's supposed to be here. I've tried this love thing for the last time. Bollywood. Shout out to India. Hey, India. Bollywood movies. You know. If you know, you know. What About Your Friends by TLC? What a timeless question. What about your friends, bro? What about them? You know? I'm in a silly mood today. If you couldn't tell. Water signs, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. So that could be in your big three, like your sun, moon, and rising. Or maybe even your Venus. But when pecan pie / pecan pie came out, I just started watching This Is Us. I'm very late, I know, but I just started watching it. And in like the first or second season, William and I think Randall are talking about pecan pie versus pecan pie. And they're like, how do you know the difference? They said it depends if it's $2 a pound or $20 a pound or whatever, right? I'm pretty sure that's from This Is Us. Maybe it was from a book I was reading at the same time. I don't know. But when I said big three, like maybe the water sign was in your big three, that also made me think of This Is Us, because that's the nickname for the triplets. Kate, Kevin, and Randall. So if you know, you know. How many times am I going to say that? But that's the point of these identifiers, so I guess I'll keep on saying it because it rings true every time. Lights by Journey. When the lights go down in the city, and we've got so far to go. Won't You Dare to Be There. Taste, Tyga featuring Offset. So interestingly enough, Offset came here like below Cardi B, and they were married. At the time that you're watching this, I don't know if they still are. She just filed for divorce from him for like the second time. So I don't know if they're still married when you're watching this or not, but they were married at one point. Flamingo. That is a bird. It's a pink bird. But it also makes me think of the Flamingo Hotel in Las Vegas. Mr. Fishoder from Bob's Burgers. He's the landlord of the restaurant. So, yeah. There's a lot of identifiers today. I'm gonna have to cram them in. 12-3-30. That's like a treadmill workout. Made famous by Lauren Jaguari, I think, from Fifth Harmony. She was in Fifth Harmony. So yeah, Fifth Harmony coming through pretty strong. I never made that connection before. Where Are You Going by Dave Matthews Band. It's a great question. Where are you going? All right. Elliot Page, trans actor, activist. You might know Elliot Page from The Umbrella Academy, Juno, Inception, lots of things. Marlon Wayans, actor, comedian. You may know him from Scary Movie, any of the Scary Movies, The Wayans Brothers Show. 77, so you have 777 here. I told you Vegas energy was coming through. That makes me think of like the slot machines. Sorry guys, my camera cut off while I was still unfurling some of our slips. So ones that you guys missed, we have sesame chicken here. So maybe that's like your favorite Chinese food dish. Maybe you just ate some. We've got Hyphy by Federation. Los Angeles. So there's like even more Cali energy coming out. We've got Closer. That is a movie starring, why did I just want to say Jessica Simpson and also Julia Stiles? JS, those initials are coming through. But it is Julia Roberts. Julia Roberts, Natalie Portman, Clive Owen, and Jude Law. So I don't know why JS wanted to come through. Maybe those are your initials or somebody else's initials. We also have a lobster here. That makes me think of Friends. But also maybe like you just like to eat lobster or you had a lobster roll recently or something. Cinna from the Hunger Games. That also makes me think of cinnamon, the spice. or also Raj's dog from The Big Bang Theory, Cinnamon. Senna on the movie The Hunger Games was played by Lenny Kravitz. Really, Really by Kevin Gates. That's a song. All My Diamonds Shine because they're really diamonds. I would not be surprised if Diamond came through because that was Diana's stripper name on the Players Club. And then also it's like a major part of that song, Really, Really. We have Houston here, so maybe you're from Houston, Texas. Maybe you live there or you recently visited there. Maybe you have family there. Wobble by VIC, Wobble Baby. If you know that song, that dance, then it's a very popular one. Justin Timberlake, JT. What else do we have here? Didn't we get Signs before? Isn't that our second mention of Justin Timberlake, actually? It might be. I don't know. I'll look for it. I feel like that song came out. Anyway, let's keep going. We've got here Vietnam. So maybe you're from Vietnam, maybe your family's from Vietnam, maybe you recently visited Vietnam or you have plans to go there. Kind of same like I said with Houston. We've got Barney Stinson, iconic character from How I Met Your Mother, played by Neil Patrick Harris. I'm gonna have to start crowding these in here. It is what it is though. Maybe something is like overcrowded for you. All Night Long by Lionel Richie. It's a song. This pile is definitely for a lot of people. We have Juicy, Doja Cat featuring Tyga. So DC coming out 3 times. We have Deborah Cox, Destiny's Child, and Doja Cat. So that makes me think of like Washington, DC, which is where Elle goes in Legally Blonde 2, Red, White, and Blonde. DC Energy, Familiar. Interesting, that's supposed to be like a witch's familiar. Yeah. Yellow Jackets, that's a TV show on, I want to say Showtime. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Showtime. The other one I was thinking of was Stars, but Stars was where Power was. Breaking Free, Zac Efron and Vanessa Hudgens from High School Musical. So the name Zac is coming through because we have Zac Brown Band as well. ZAC specifically, but Zac in any form. And now I'm also thinking of that song Zac and Sarah by Ben Folds 5. School of Rock. School of Rock, that is a movie starring Jack Black, but it's also like an actual music school franchise. They have them all over. Blueberries, that could be your favorite food. Maybe you're eating a lot of blueberries recently. Maybe you just had a blueberry smoothie or a blueberry ice cream, blueberry muffin or something like that. It could be your favorite fruit. Honeybee by The Head and the Heart. That's a song. Honeybee, could you imagine where our lives would lead? That silly ring, it wasn't meant to be, darling. Real Girls, REEL, like on a fishing line. Real Girls, Flatbush Zombies. That's a song. Real Girls Get Down on the Floor. Black Truck by Mariba. I don't know how to say that girl's name. I'll figure it out one day, I suppose. But that day probably is not today. We got just a few more. It's not that many more. In case you haven't found your identifier yet and you're still watching, go ahead and drop a little emoji below. Just let me know. A little emoji of like a paintbrush or something. Because we got painting right here. Painting, maybe you like to paint, maybe you recently just bought a painting, maybe you gave away a painting, or you like went to a museum and you saw a bunch of paintings. Peggy Hill from King of the Hill, iconic character. She is a substitute Spanish teacher in Arlen, Texas. She also writes like a newspaper column, married to Hank Hill, mother of Bobby Hill. Lemongrass, so that could be like a scent, it could be a flavor. I used to go to a Thai restaurant called Lemongrass, so maybe you know a restaurant with that name in it or something. Jessica Alba, Fantastic Four. Jessica in brackets in parentheses here, so that makes me think of Jessica Biel. We did get Justin Timberlake here. He and Jessica Biel are married, but Fantastic Four coming out from those comics or whatever they are. I'm not super familiar with superheroes and stuff like that, but you know, who knows. What do we have here? Heart of Dixie, and then we have RB. So RB stands for Rachel Bilson. She's the star of that show. Heart of Dixie is a TV show that was on the CW where she plays a New York City doctor who moves to the Deep South, to Alabama, to take over a family practice. We've got here Cricket. Oh, wow, that's crazy. One of the characters on Heart of Dixie is named Cricket. That's wild. That's really crazy that that came out right next to each other. So if you haven't seen that show, it's super cute. Go watch it. Uninvited by Mallrats. That's a song. She's an Australian pop star, pop artist. What do we have here? Edibles. Maybe you like edibles of the THC variety, I guess. Or CBD variety. I don't know if you can have those. I'm not familiar with that. Strobe Light by Little Dragon. That's a song. Strobe light, ultraviolet blue. Okay, we'll put that there. There's maybe like 6 or 7 more. Childish Gambino, actor / rapper. Donald. What's his last name? Every single time I want to call him Donald Glover. Is that his last name? I think it is, and I think I just get confused because I'm thinking of like Danny Glover, who's another actor, another black actor. Yeah, it is Donald Glover. He was on Community, that Mr. and Mrs. Smith show, some other stuff. Atlanta, Old Greg. If you know Old Greg, then you know. If you know, you know. I'm Old Greg. Neil, what's his last name? Fielding? The guy who is on Great British Bake Off. We're Going to Be Friends by the White Stripes. Walk with Me, Susie Lee. You know who Noel Fielding kind of looks like? He does kind of look like Jack White a little bit. And interesting that we have Jack Black. I mentioned him with School of Rock, and also now I have Jack White from the White Stripes. So I just thought that's strange, but cool. The View from Saturday by E.L. Konigsberg. That's a book. And then we have here Gumbo. Maybe you like gumbo. Maybe it's like your favorite. Maybe you have a gumbo pot. Maybe you've been watching Princess and the Frog because she makes gumbo in there. Maybe you have like a family gumbo recipe or something. Maybe gumbo is like a staple in your house. Janet Jackson, iconic. And now I'm thinking about the Super Bowl with Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson. So Conflict. Ugh, what a terrible time. And then last but not least, I Contain Multitudes. Maybe somebody said that to you. Maybe you read it somewhere recently. Maybe you say that a lot. Maybe that phrase just has some sort of significance to you. Maybe that phrase just has some sort of significance to you. You never know. Anyway, I'm going to go write all these down in my tarot journal. It's a big task, but I'm up to it. I'm up to the task. It's a big endeavor, but I'm up to the task. So let me go ahead and do that. If you're interested in your own tarot journal, I do have them linked down below. You can get them for yourself if you like to either read tarot for yourself or watch videos or whatever. It's a really good place to record your findings. I also have abundance journals linked down below if you're working on your financial literacy, working on your money game. It's a great place to get started. So go check those out. But yeah, I'll see you guys. As I said that I saw the $20 right here. So definitely go check out the abundance journal. But yeah, I'll see you guys in just a second for your reading. Hey there, Pile 1. Welcome to your reading. We're about to get into this. What's the divine guidance? This alchemical guidance that you'll be getting today. I already explained the reading kind of format in the intro, or at least the idea of it. I wouldn't say necessarily that I explained the format of it, but this is pretty much going to be like a modified 3-card reading. So we're gonna get the first card, which is gonna be kind of like the focal point of the reading. The second card will be the gift that you receive. And then the third card will be the gift that you give. And so the giving and receiving is where the alchemy comes in. We'll go back through each of these three with the Ask Your Guides Oracle to just get some additional information. And then we'll get an alchemy card to help you figure out like what tools you can use to alchemize this energy. So yeah, let's get the focal point of this reading. And this is the Tarot of Sexual Magic. I forgot to say that. It does have some interesting images in it, so we probably will have to cover up some things with with some crystals. So yeah, Spirit, let's get these cards out. Card number 1 is the focal point. Card number 2 is the gift that pile 1 is receiving. And card number 3 is the gift that they're giving. So can you give us this reading, please? Cheers, Drink to That by Rihanna came out as part of our Identifiers, and I was just listening to it like while I was writing down the identifiers in my tarot journal, and now it's like stuck in my head, especially the part where she goes, it's like, it's Coyote Ugly up in here, no Tyra. Coyote Ugly is like a favorite of mine. I really love that movie. I wouldn't say like I love it so much that I've seen it like a million times, but I've definitely seen it probably like between 5 and 10 times. So I just think it's fun. We can go ahead and put that over here, put the pile over here. But yeah, let me get my stones ready just in case I have to cover up anything real quick so we can have those available. I wish I knew more about crystals. That's something that I definitely want to explore more. But anyway. All right. Guides, angels, benevolent ancestors, higher self. What is the focus of this reading for pile 1? We've got here the 5 of Wands. 5 of Wands is about competition, okay? In this image, we have this guy who's kind of like watching from afar as this couple is doing their thing. Okay, they're doing the damn thing. And so this can talk about jealousy. This can also talk about somebody maybe watching you from the shadows, or maybe you're the person who is watching from the shadows. What song is that? It's talking about like, I want to say it's Panic at the Disco, or it's Fall Out Boy. Okay, Sugar We're Going Down is the song that is coming out, and it's when he says, don't mind me. Okay, is this more than you bargained for yet? Oh, don't mind me. I'm watching you two from the closet, wishing to be the friction in your jeans. Isn't it messed up how I'm just dying to be him? I'm just a notch in your bedpost, but you're just a line in a song. Okay, drop a heart, break a name. We're always sleeping in and sleeping for the wrong team. Okay, you may need to go listen to that song. There could be a message there for you, but yeah, the focal point right here is definitely about jealousy. I don't know what kind of jealousy you're facing in your life, whether that's somebody being jealous of you or you being jealous of somebody or a situation, okay? But there's just this wish of wanting to be elsewhere, like the grass is greener on the other side, possibly wanting to be in a relationship with somebody who's already taken, or maybe somebody wants to be in a relationship with you and you're already taken, or there could just be a love triangle here as well. But the 5 of Wands in general is about competition. It's about also having multiple interests, multiple competing interests, and a lack of focus, okay? It's really interesting that this is coming up right now, because I was thinking about this earlier, and Queen Goddess Shira 7, she said it best, but a lot of people have given this advice, and a lot of tarot readers give this advice too, actually, honestly. And Shira 7, she did read tarot for a while, but this is neither here nor there. But the advice, and especially like, I feel like Aso Tarot says this a lot in her love readings, but the general advice ends up being like, focus on yourself, right? And that's part of the reason why I don't do as many love readings as other readers, because I really feel like the time that you're spending watching readings about a relationship, either that you're not in, or if you're in a no contact situation with this person, or even if you are in the relationship and you're wondering what's going on in their head or behind the scenes and you just can't ask that person, that time I honestly feel would be better spent working on yourself. paying attention to yourself, working on yourself, leveling up yourself, that kind of thing, right? And I was thinking about this earlier today, and it was just kind of like, it feels so good because I've been there. I've struggled with that, you know, especially like when you have a crush on somebody, it's hard to not think about them, right? But there are so many people, and I wanted to say women, but it's people in general, I think. There are so many people out there who they focus too much on the affairs of others when they should be focusing on their own self accomplishments, their own self-betterment, self-improvement, okay? And so this is just like having your time, your focus, and your attention taken away from you by competing interests. One of those interests being yourself, and then all of these other interests that you may have, whether those are hobbies or, you know, research holes that you're going into, or other people who you're paying more attention to than you should. And that's not me trying to make anybody feel bad or anything like that, because, you know, it is natural to have romantic curiosity or even just curiosity about people, right? It's natural to have crushes. It's natural to have those things. But you don't ever want to, and wands are about power too. You don't ever want to give so much power over to your thoughts about another person when you could be internalizing your power to you and creating a better situation or better life or better whatever for yourself. You know, putting yourself in a better position is what I want to say. And I was thinking earlier today also about like how working on my time management has like really changed my life in a lot of ways. I'm doing 75 hard right now, and it is one of those things where having a checklist of certain things that I have to do every day, whether I do them at the same time every day or not, that doesn't matter. But just knowing that I have to make time for these 6 things every single day. And there are certain rules to 75 hard, but I've added certain other things, right? But it really has made me focus more on myself and focus on my time management. And like, I've had to leave events early even because I had to go and get my second workout in, you know what I mean? And I'm not bragging at all. What I'm saying is that I have really, over the past, and it's only been like 21 days that I'm into it right now, but over these past 21 days, I really have taken my focus off of other people and really put it onto myself, because I definitely used to be that type of person. And I know that you, if you're listening to this, you can relate to it. I used to be that type of person who would think a lot about the past, or think a lot about my crushes, or think a lot about, you know, what other people thought about me, or what other people were doing, and how other people's lives were better than mine, or whatever, right? And instead of being on the outside looking in on somebody else's life, you're on the inside looking in on your life. And so this is about making, and it's interesting that this is like the focal point of the reading. That's so funny. That's so funny that this is the focal point of the reading, because it's talking about just like how you have all these competing attentions, these competing things, and I think you need to bring them into one point of focus. And also about jealousy. Again, I think the jealousy is coming through here. You know, Love Yours by J. Cole is coming through. Love the life that you have, and then also understand that wherever you are at this moment is exactly where you're meant to be, even if it is uncomfortable, even if it is, you know, not your ideal space, because you're learning something from that. So like, even when I was doing the identifiers just now, when I was writing them in my notebook, I noticed so many things that came out right next to each other. And it was like thinking about how vibrationally aligned even these slips of paper are, right? Like, for example, Elliot Page and Marlon Wayans is where I thought about it. So if you didn't watch the identifiers, those did come out more towards the end. Elliot Page is a trans actor. Marlon Wayans is a comedian and actor whose child happens to be trans. And he meaning Marlon Wayans, has been a huge advocate for his child. And, you know, he'll make posts on his Instagram about it, show up wearing, you know, like the rainbow flag and all this other kind of stuff, and is like very out and proud to support his trans child. And Elliot Page is not only an actor, but also an activist. And so just like interestingly, and I only just learned about Marlon Wayne's child, like maybe like a month ago. I think it was during Pride Month, and I'm filming this now during August of 2024. These are timeless readings, but just to let you know. So it's like interesting that those two people came out right next to each other and they have this thing in common about advocating for trans rights. And it's just like, it's crazy because even these slips of paper have these vibrational alignments to them. And everything in life has some sort of vibrational alignment to it. So wherever you are right now, you might feel like you're on the outside looking in on other people's lives, or you might be jealous of other people who are in spaces that you wish you could be in, or in relationships that you wish you could be in, or who live places that you wish you could live, or whatever. But wherever you are right now, you're vibrationally aligned with that, and you're supposed to learn something from it. You're supposed to be making some sort of connections from it, okay? Whether you are, you know, part of a friend group or you're more of like a lone wolf or whatever, that whole story about the slips, just like what I thought about it was like birds of a feather flock together, right? And so if there's something that you want, that you see other people have and you don't have it, it's because you're not vibrationally aligned with it right now. And part of that could be because your focus is on so many different things. You might be having trouble manifesting because you might want a lot of different things that kind of conflict with each other instead of building upon each other, okay? So maybe try and figure out ways for your ideas to build, and your skills or whatever to build upon each other instead of compete with each other, okay? Because Five of Wands can be about competition, or it can be about coming together in teamwork, all right? So I think you're more on the competition side, like mentally you're more on the competition side when you could be more in the teamwork side, and think about how can I become vibrationally aligned to join this team or these people, or, you know, this vibration that I want to be a part of, okay? And wherever you are now is the space for you to learn how to do that. If you take the initiative to do that, to actually learn it. You know, some of you guys might need to go to the library and get some new books or something, you know. I was going to say watch some videos, but books feels like better here. Some of you guys might be spending a little too much time on YouTube or on social media, and that could be kind of like frying your attention span as well. Okay, so you might want to check in on that. I think it's also important to say that you're never going to have that specific thing that the other person has, or whatever it is. Like whatever it is that you're kind of jealous of, or you're focusing your energy on. And let's even think about like, if this is, we're talking about people, right? Going back to that Fall Out Boy song, right? And also like the picture on this card. If we're talking about you having like maybe a crush on somebody and it's unrequited, or they're in another relationship or whatever, that's not to say you can never be in a relationship with that person. And also I'm not telling you to like fake your personality to be vibrationally aligned, quote unquote, with this person. I'm not telling you to, you know, manufacture anything. But what I am saying is that even if, let's say, naturally you do become vibrationally aligned with this person, and years down the line, or however long down the line, you know, that person and their mate break up and you guys start dating, it's the same person, but it's not the same person. You know what I mean? It's like experiences change people. Experiences change people. So like the thing that you thought you were getting, or the person you thought you were getting, is not going to be what you thought it was. And also, like, let's say that it's an experience, right? Let's say that you see people like living really excitedly or happily in a city. Let's say like your friend moved to New York City and you wish you could go too, but it's just like you're not able to make it work right now, right? When you finally do vibrationally align with the ability to go to New York City and you go, it's not going to be the same New York that your friend is living in, because you guys are going to discover different places. You guys are going to frequent different places, even if you guys hang out a lot, or even if you guys live together. Just like the experience that you have there is going to be fundamentally different than the experience that your friend is having. The experience that you have with this person is going to be fundamentally different than the experience that the other person had with them. So you have to recognize that things are always going to show up differently than you thought that they were. And then also, nothing can really be replicated. It's not possible. It's not possible to replicate exactly anything. Even clones. Like, yeah, a clone might have the same DNA as its predecessor, but it lives in a different time period. It's raised by different people or different versions of the same people, right? Like with siblings, like you might have the same parents, but you got different versions of your parents and they interact with you differently. You know what I mean? Like you have the same house, but you have different experiences of the house. Maybe you live in different rooms, or if you don't live in different rooms, maybe you just have different experiences, like you have different hiding spots, hidey holes in the rooms, or something. Like you're never going to exactly replicate an experience ever. And so I think that that's important for you to know because it can help take away some of that jealousy, you know? Like maybe you see somebody who's a really sweet boyfriend or whatever in a relationship with somebody, and then in their next relationship, it turns out they're not that sweet. You know, like it's just, nothing was the same. Nothing was the same. I said Drake was coming through really strongly in the identifiers, and like still that energy is here. And obviously we don't know what happened like between Drake and Rihanna, but there was like a tattoo involved, and like Build-A-Bear came out. I think that she had like a stuffed animal whale or dolphin or something that he gave her, and they were in a few music videos together, but they were never like officially together, and nobody really knows if they even really dated or anything. You know what I mean? He like came out on stage and said that he was in love with her. Like nobody really knows what happened between them except for them. Why did I bring this up? Oh, because I think it's like the image that you have of somebody, like the image that Drake had of Rihanna in his mind and what it would be like when they dated, given how powerful they both were in the music industry at that time. I don't think that reality matched up to what he thought it was going to be, or reality didn't match up to what she thought it was going to be, rather, you know, like for both of them probably. So it's just one of those things where it's like, it's better to live in the now and to live in reality than it is to live in a fantasy of what it would be like if you were in this other person's shoes. Because in the now, you have the time and the power to alter things, change things in the present, in your version of the present, right? Okay, so let's see the gift that you'll receive. I have to keep remembering that some of these cards are a little explicit. Okay, so the card we've got here is the World card, and this is about you will receive completion. You will receive your wildest dreams. You will receive all of the best positive energy. You will receive adoration, worship. You will receive, these are all the fixed energy signs. So we have Aquarius, Scorpio, Leo, and Taurus. And you will receive more stability in your life. It was like what I was talking about with the time management and the 75 hard. Like, I definitely feel like I've stepped into this space where my days are a lot more stable because of these things that I have committed to doing, right? And the world also, I think, can represent a commitment. Some of you guys may also receive like travel opportunities. But I think that you will receive like a certain level of devotion, whether that is devotion to self or another person being devoted to you. I think it could even be both, right? But yeah, this is like rosy, beautiful excellence. And I do want to say rose-colored glasses a little bit because I think that the rose-colored glasses you have are here in the Five of Wands. Whereas once you take those off and you focus on yourself and you learn to build with your different interests or as a result of your jealousy or whatever, instead of having like those everything be scattered as a result of it, you're building instead, right? Now you'll be able to take those rose-colored glasses off and you'll be able to see all of the truly rosy things. The truly rosy things for you. I love that. I think you'll also find more rest and a better sense of rest and also comfort with yourself in this space, because we're going from, in this card, we've got this guy who's like fully clothed. He's got his sword here pointing down, and he's watching these two naked people. And the people being naked represents their, you know, openness with each other and also their vulnerability and their comfort in who they are, right? And this person who's fully clothed is like watching on, and they cannot share in those sentiments. And I don't mean like physically, you know, join in threesome style. I mean more like they don't have that openness. They don't have that that comfort with themselves, you know? But in this card, in the World card, it's like that's what you receive. That's the gift that you receive, is the ability to be comfortable, vulnerable, open, and trust. I'm hearing more trust as well. That's beautiful. Now let's see, what is it that you have to give? What do you have to give? Something that you have to give, this is the Four of Pentacles. You have to learn to let go. There's a song called Learn to Let Go by IDER. It might be helpful for you. You have to learn how to let go of, first of all, stinginess. And second of all, any ideas or things that are kind of keeping you rooted in the mindset or the place where you are. It's, for some of you, this literally could be physical things, right? Because this is the Four of Pentacles here. At first I thought it was the Four of Swords when I didn't read it. And I was going to be like, you got to get up off your ass, right? But no, this is the Four of Pentacles. And the Four of Pentacles is actually a seated figure as well, whereas the Four of Swords is laying down. But the Four of Pentacles, it's like you're holding on to something a little bit too tightly. And I think that it could be that vision, like I was talking about with Drake and Rihanna, of like what you think something could be instead of paying attention to what is. And when cards are in reverse, it makes me think of the card below them. Like you're almost to the step where this would be upright, but you're still holding on a little bit too much to that energy of the number below. And the Three of Pentacles, like there's work for you to do, and also third-party situations, right? Let go of any third-party situations that you may be a part of, whether they're past, present, or potential future. Let go of them, because if somebody wants to be with you and is ready to be with you, then they will be with you. Or at least they'll try. Just like when you are vibrationally aligned with a situation, that situation will come to you, right? So there's work to be done. For some of you guys, this is like actual physical work. Like I mentioned, you could need to go out and make some more money. That might be part of it. But the other part really is like learning also not to hold back from certain things, and also to be a little bit more generous with the people around you, more generous with what you can be generous with, whether that's your time, your attention, your resources, whatever it is. Find a way to practice generosity so that you can align vibrationally with the things that you want, because when you give, you get, okay? So let's get our Ask the Guides messages, Oracle, to shed some additional light on these. Part of me is like wondering if I need these cards, but I think that they will add something interesting. So the first card is going to be the focal point. The second card is going to be what Pal-1 is going to receive. And then the third card is going to be what they need to give. Okay, let's do this. I always have to like prep the deck by telling them what we're doing before I cut the cards. Okay, that's like an itty bitty piggy when Nicki Minaj is like, you gotta prep them for shit like that. You can't just give it to them dry. Okay, so that's card 1, that's card 2, and that's card 3. Is there anything wrong? Okay. I asked if there was something wrong because I was like, what's going on? The energy feels like, it felt a little bit off, but I think it was more like Spirit wanted me to read them one at a time, like pull them out one at a time. All right, let's get into it. So the focal point, what do we have to add to the focal point here? Deceit. Interesting. Interesting. The number 27 coming through. So that makes me think about, this glare is crazy. You see how this person has like a mask on and they're wanting to take that mask off, and all these other people around them have masks on, right? And they have like a little broken heart. Their heart is broken. That goes to what I was talking about earlier about the vulnerability, right? Like the clothes versus the nakedness of the other couple, which you can't see because this is YouTube. Some of you guys have been surrounding, I was about to say surrounding yourselves, but that doesn't feel accurate. Some of you guys have been surrounded by mistrustful people, surrounded by people who are not true to who aren't representing themselves to how they genuinely truly are. And I think that you see that and you recognize that. And that's part of the reason why you're like envying or coveting this other life or this other possibility, right? Because the other possibility in this card is being represented by these people who are open and vulnerable, happy, genuinely themselves, right? Within themselves and in their environment. And I think that you covet that because you recognize that the people around you are not that. And you have also not been that. I don't know if that was in an effort to fit in or if it was just maybe the way that you were taught to be or whatever, but it has caused you to have this very deep heart pain, this heartbreak, if you will. And that doesn't have to be literally like a love heartbreak. It could just be like your heart feels broken. Maybe you're not sure why, but you know that you're in the wrong place or you're in the wrong relationship. But I'm definitely getting like heavy environment vibes, like you're in the wrong place. But this card here shows these two angels who are coming to help you. And I'm going to go ahead and say, I do think it's important that you don't sit around waiting for help or assistance, but you can ask your spirit team to help you to get to that place where you want to be, to show you the way to get vibrationally aligned with the things that you need to do in order to get to the place that you want to be. Okay? Yeah, but like something about your environment is giving not it. All right, let's see what you're receiving here. Bravado. Ooh. Okay, number 41 coming through. Bravado. You are receiving this bravery not only to lead others, but also to like be your truest self, right? To be that truest form of yourself that we talked about in terms of like the symbolism of the clothed versus not clothed, right? And I think that you will end up being an example for others. I think also some of you guys may turn to possibly even like Native American wisdom to learn more about this. Some of you guys might get really into like sci-fi or Nordic wisdom or something like that. Whatever you feel called to. But interestingly enough, this guy here on this card has a sword. And this guy here on this card has a sword. I'm not going to hold it up because that would like mess up my very carefully placed crystal. But I think that you're going to be learning how to use not only your voice. Voice did come out. It did come out in our identifiers. You're going to be learning how to use your voice, but also all of your tools, your mental faculties. You're going to also be learning how to use your spirituality as well. That vibration we talked about, you're going to be learning how to use all of that to vanquish any barriers in your path and to help lead other people down that path as well. And people are also going to be cheering you on. You're going to have like admiration from others. You're going to have support that you wanted from others. And these are people who are true blue, okay? Look at how these people literally are blue in the background cheering him on, right? Whereas these people over here were like purple, wearing masks and stuff, right? You're going to have true blue people cheering you on in this new era. And it's going to be beautiful. Not only will you be like pointed at and anointed by the divine, since these are divine messages, right? But also I think that you're going to recognize that You can do anything. You have the power that you need in order to get where you want to go. And that's going to be the gift that you're receiving, is this bravado, this self-reassurance, this confidence, this sense of self that is really strong within you, where you can be your exact self, the exact person that you want to be. And I think, interestingly enough, like I talked about the purple people here, and the figure that represents you is still somewhat purple in this card. And it's like a mixture, because the divine is represented here by red. Red and blue make purple, right? It's this mixture of divinity and this like true blue humanness or community or whatever that you will be representing. You're still going to have some old things that you need to fight against. Some of those old deceitful ways, or those ways where you want to hide or cover up or whatever. You'll still have to fight some of those, but you'll have the tools that you need to keep that in check, keep it away, and to get where you want to go. Okay, so let's see. What do you have to give? Interesting. This says victory. Number 15 coming through. I think that you have to give up the idea of being a winner or being special. And I know that that's hard to do. I know that it's hurtful to say. And I think that that might be kind of what you're holding on to, is, you know, it should be me. Why isn't it me? I'm the special one. Maybe you had a lot of accomplishments in the past, or maybe you had the spotlight on you in the past, or you were like a star of some kind in the past, or you had a lot of accolades or something, and you kind of felt like because of those people, you should automatically be victorious. People should just give you things, right? You should be victorious. And I think you kind of have to let that go and understand that some things in life you genuinely have to work for. Also because of competition, right? Competition with this Five of Wands. There are a lot of other people in this world who have also accomplished great things, who also have a lot of accolades, who also have been in the spotlight. And so for all of your specialness, you're also not that special. We all have to do that vibrational work, okay? And so you have to let go of that notion and put the work back in. It's like you're climbing a mountain, you get to the top of the mountain, okay, now there's another mountain for you to climb, right? You had one victory, let that victory go and look towards the future and the next victory, and put the work in to get to the next victory. Because you're not going to get where you want to be if you're not willing to do that. We're going to get these alchemy cards. I think I'm just going to get one for the whole reading. So we can talk about like what tools you can use to alchemize this energy. If you're not sure, for example, like how to let go of the past or let go of this victory or whatever to move towards your next one, then this will help you to kind of alchemize that energy. It will give you the energies to work with in order to turn what you give into what you receive. All right, Spirit, let's go. What did we get here? Rotatio, rotation. So this automatically makes me think that like everything happens in cycles. Everything is cyclical. Yeah, cyclic is a word. Everything is cyclic and you can't ever stop creating. Look, here's a spider on here. Spiders make webs, but then the webs get destroyed and they have to make a new one, right? They don't say, well, I've made 1,800 webs in my life. I shouldn't have to make any more webs. I should be able to, you know, be over there in that big web with those other spiders. No, honey, you're going to have to go and add on to the web, or you're going to have to make your own web or whatever, right? Like a new day, a new web. A new week, a new web. What's that song? Daft Punk? Harder, better, faster, stronger? I think you guys need to listen to that because there's a message there. Because it's just like, it says like, work is never over. They keep saying that, work is never over. It doesn't matter what kind of work you're referring to. The inner work is never over. The self-work is never over. You know, the trying to improve yourself, that never stops. trying to build new skills or better your skills, that never stops, okay? But let's read Rotatio from the book to see what we have to say. That number is 69 also, by the way, so that might have some resonance for you. All right, so the book says that this stands for the wheel, monotony, and cycles. Rotatio is the great alchemical operation of the wheel. Through its circularity, it indicates that work performed again and again and again produces results. It reminds us our efforts are cumulative, not singular. Nor is the work ever fixed or finished, right? That's why the idea of victory, you have to give it up, because victory is at the end of something, right? That means that you finished and you've quote unquote succeeded. So you have to get rid of the idea of success as an end point and think of it as being an ongoing thing. That's why it takes bravado, because bravado is that courage, that will, and that skill to keep going. Okay? Even after you've accomplished things that people will cheer you on for, you're going to keep going on down that road. So you're giving up this idea of this final victory, the final boss, that kind of thing. You're giving up on that. Because it's not true. You might have victories, but like the ultimate victory, no. Also, now I'm thinking about that movie Don't Worry Darling and how the imaginary town was named Victory. If you haven't seen it, spoiler alert. The town was named Victory, right? And like the idea just isn't real. You know what I mean? Okay. Anyway. Nor is the work ever fixed or finished. Ooh, yes, that's what I'm saying. Rather, the alchemist rises each day to tend to the laboratory, to weave their work into the world. It is the epitome of the alchemical axiom, idem mutata resurgo. Although changed, I arise the same. That's what I was talking about earlier when I was saying how, like, even if you end up reaching the vibration that you want to reach, to have the experience that you want to have, it's not going to be the same experience that you expected, because it's a different day, it's a different time, it's different perspective, it's different people, right? So although changed, I rise the same. Like the city, let's say for example New York, it's still New York, but it's different, right? The person is still the person, but they're different. You know what I mean? So you have to kind of like understand the difference between sameness and change, or the relationship rather between sameness and change, and how things go in cycles. Okay. This operation is expressed through images of the circle, the spiral, the Ouroboros, and the wheel. By its non-hierarchical shape, we are tossed back into the spin just when we thought we had figured it all out. Though this stage can be frustrating and cause a fair amount of restlessness, it is at the heart of all spiritual practices. The frustration, I definitely feel the frustration. And I think that that's with this Four of Pentacles, like this kind of annoyance at having to kind of like go back to work on yourself, or even maybe physically go back to work or whatever, because it's like, ugh, I accomplished all these things. Like, why can't people just give me stuff? Or why can't I just have the things that I think that I should have based on the things that I accomplished, right? But, you know, the work is never over. You have to let go of that idea. And it can be frustrating, like going back to the spider, having to make a web every day. I don't know if they're happy that they have to make a web every day, but they have to. They just have to. It's just part of what they have to do. It's part of life, you know? To go deeper, listen to George Harrison's All Things Must Pass. And to ponder further, is there anything that does not repeat? So think about that. Is there anything that does not repeat? This operation connects us to the element of time. The alchemist learns how to use time. What was I saying earlier? I said time management. I was talking about time management. Oh my gosh, you guys. I love my job. I'm so tuned in. I'm so tapped in. And didn't I say, sweetie, tap in? Didn't I say that? I might have said that during the identifiers. I don't know if I said that here. Oh, I didn't. I said it during the identifiers because Hyphy came out, Hyphy by Federation. And it made me think of Tap In by Saweetie. So yeah, go listen to that song too. This operation connects us to the element of time. The alchemist learns how to use time like any other element, not to waste it, but to expand it and appreciate its gifts. So yeah, some of you guys really need to work on your time management and like figure out how to use your time best. And time is a resource, right? So when I said be generous with your resources, time might be one of them that you need to be more generous with. Some of you guys might need to go volunteer somewhere. But yeah. Time management really can be a gift, because once you learn how to manage your time better, you're able to give yourself more things instead of like just wasting time. I mentioned some of you guys might be on social media a little bit too much, right? But once you learn how to manage your time better, you can give yourself new skills, new experiences, new things, and you have to be consistent with it, right? That's part of the thing that I really like about 75 Hard. I'm only, like I said, about 20 or 21 days into it, but I really appreciate it because it's an opportunity for me to really be consistent with something. And no matter what happens at the end of the 75 days, no matter what changes I may or may not see, I'll know that I had a level of consistency and discipline throughout that 75 days. And that in itself will be a change, right? So that's a gift. So think about that. Think about what kind of gifts you can give yourself if you had better time management, okay? If you've been repeating actions and getting the same results, this card is an opportunity to see the pattern and make a new choice. Spin the wheel in a new direction, all right? I like that thought because wheels can go in multiple directions, typically two. But yeah. You might need to stop the wheel and then spin the wheel in a different direction. And the wheel and the world have like that same aura to them. You know what I mean? That like roundness. Some of you guys might need to work on being like more well-rounded individuals. Use your tools in more ways than one, I mean. Yeah. And interestingly enough, on this card here, this card is almost like reminiscent, this Five of Wands, I mean, is almost reminiscent of the Magician, because he has this table in front of him and it almost looks like he's wearing like a magician's outfit. Not the magician in Rider-Waite, but like if you went to go see an entertainer magician, you know how they're wearing like the tuxedo and the suit and stuff? He almost looks like he's wearing that. But he's got a sword, he's got a cup, and he's got a wand here on fire, like a rod that's on fire. I don't see a pentacle, but he does have a mirror. And so it's like, you might need to take that mirror and do some mirror work, but like the mirror reflects you, right? You're busy looking at other people. Meanwhile, you need to pick up the mirror and do some reflecting. Do some work on yourself. And that's what it means to spin the wheel the other way, right? Like you're spinning your wheels out, spinning out. Ooh, I brought up Don't Worry Darling earlier, and Harry Styles is in that movie. He has this song called Satellite, and he goes like, spinning out, waiting for ya to pull me in. Don't you see I'm lonely, darling? Don't you know that I am right here? And it's like this whole thing about just like orbiting around someone. And like that's exactly what this person is doing. And the Five of Wands, it's like they're orbiting around somebody else. Don't worry about orbiting around somebody else. Worry about your own shit. Let gravity pull you into your own situation. Turn the wheel the other way. Pick up the mirror. Instead of looking at them, look at yourself. Man in the mirror, Michael Jackson, okay? Don't forget to like this video, to subscribe to the channel for more readings like this one and others. I've got lots of readings on my page. Don't forget to follow me on TikTok at Empress of Fortune. And also, again, I have tarot journals and abundance journals for sale down below in the description box. Click the links there. I do think especially that the abundance journal would be very, very helpful for you guys, since we did get that kind of like Three of Pentacles energy coming through here. And also like the Four of Pentacles is about, there's a scarcity mindset there, and kind of like a fear of letting go of something because you're afraid you can't get it back. So the abundance journal will really help you open up into that abundance mindset. So I would encourage you to go ahead and get it. We did get a couple of identifiers in that identifiers portion that indicated that it might be a good idea for you as well. So if you feel attracted to get the abundance journal, definitely go check it out. But also, yeah, try and get out of your lack mindset, that scarcity mindset, because it will help you to raise the vibration to be where you want to be. If you understand that you can get there, it's just not going to be exactly like what you thought it was. Okay? And that's happened to me so many times where it's like, you know, you have like a dream or you have an aspiration that you want to do, and then like once you actually get it, it's not how you thought it was going to be, right? That doesn't mean that you value it any less. It's just it's not what you thought it was going to be, right? So let go of that idea and just appreciate things for what they are. And don't be afraid of putting in the work. We have a lot of like red and yellow coming through in this reading. So root chakra, solar plexus chakra, and orange too. So your lower three chakras, root, sacral, solar plexus, I think that they need some work. So you might want to like listen to some healing frequencies for those. Solar plexus healing frequency, root chakra healing frequency, solar plexus. I already said solar plexus. So definitely your solar plexus for sure. Sacral healing frequencies. They have them all over YouTube. So go check those out. If you think that I should make some, let me know down below. But yeah, I love you. You can do this. I believe in you. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Hey there, Pile 2. Welcome, welcome. If you chose the Law of Attraction Tarot, we're going to do our identifiers first from our lip bowl. If you want to skip over this part, there is another timestamp down below labeled Pile 2 Reading. And that will take you straight to the part with the cards. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get our identifiers. Let's get into it. Pile 1 was like very refreshing, very refreshing energy. So let's see what Pile 2 is going to be like. Spirit, guides, angels, benevolent ancestors. I want to like ding my sound bowl right now. That did not work. Clear the energy. Clear out Pile 1. Make space for Pile 2. Thank you. Alright, so let's see who's in Pile 2. Spirit, who are my Pile 2 people, my Pile 2ians? Who chose the Law of Attraction Tarot? What do they need to hear with this divine message? This alchemical message that we're going to be doing today. Anybody else? Anybody else? Alright. Pile 2, you seem a little smaller than Pile 1. There are a lot of identifiers for Pile 1. So it's nice always to have a smaller pile because 1, you don't have to listen to as long. But 2, it just is I think it's like it's more specific of a message. So yeah, let's see what we have here. Anthony Kiedis, Remy Wolf. So Anthony Kiedis, he is the lead singer of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Remy Wolf is a musician. She's a solo artist. She has a song named after Anthony Kiedis. Swing Swing by the All American Rejects. I feel like I want to say what album that song is on. The Anthony Kiedis song. It's on an album called Juno. So yeah, I don't know if that is relevant to anybody. But Juno is also the name of a moon, right? Like, is it maybe one of Saturn's moons or Jupiter's moons? I don't know. Let's look that up. We're doing a lot of investigating already. It is one of Jupiter's moons. Okay, so Jupiter could be relevant here somehow as well. Betty Davis. Betty Davis was the wife of Miles Davis. She was like a funk rock icon of her time. It's not the Betty Davis with that song Betty Davis Eyes. It's not that, but I guess also that could be relevant as well. But yes, Betty Davis, Miles Davis's wife, and also a solo musician in her own right. So we kind of got that theme going on already because I talked about Anthony Kiedis and Remy Wolf. Not that they were in a relationship ever, but just like how I kept saying like solo musician or musician in her own right, right? That kind of thing. We have here Good by Better Than Ezra. That's a song. Better Than Ezra, they're a band from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. It was good living with you. Bacon. So maybe you're eating bacon. Maybe bacon is your favorite food. Oh, I forgot to explain how these work. So these identifiers, whatever comes out of here should be really specific to you in some kind of way. That's not usually what I say at all. Why am I forgetting my words right now? Okay, so I'll say these can have come up in passing over the last couple of days. So for example, maybe you heard somebody talking about Remy Wolf the other day, or you heard swing swing while you were, you know, at the car wash or whatever, yesterday. Or these things could have strong significance to you. That was the word that I was looking for. Maybe you're having like memory issues recently or something. That could also be an identifier. But, or like language issues, having a hard time getting your words out. But yeah, some sort of significance to you. So like maybe Better Than Ezra is your favorite band, or bacon is your favorite food, right? Or something like that. Betty Davis, maybe you knew about her and you tell people about her all the time and nobody knows who she is. Or something, you know? Yeah, that kind of thing. Bacon also makes me think of Kevin Bacon. I'm also thinking about like bacon bits on a salad right now. Yeah, there's like a difficulty with things coming out at this moment because like I was just trying to open this little slip right here, and it would not, like, it wasn't opening. It was like very difficult to open. So we'll try this one instead. And then I picked this one up and it like flew out of my hand, you know? So I definitely think somebody here could be having communication issues, whether those are yours or somebody else's. But Give Me Something Real by Ashford and Simpson. That's a song. They were like around the same time as Betty Davis. And they were a musical couple as well. Our House, Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. That's a song. There's a lot of music coming out right now. I'll light the fire. You place a flower in the vase that you bought today. That song is supposed to be, I think, about Joni Mitchell, who's also an incredible musician in her own right. So there's something here about, it's not about being overshadowed, but it's just about one, women's empowerment, because I keep talking about the women, but two, it's about maybe being part of like almost like a power couple and really recognizing what each person brings to the table. Signs by Snoop Dogg, Justin Timberlake, and Charlie Wilson. I thought that this one came out in part 1. It did not. Justin Timberlake did, but this song did not. And I thought it did, but it really did not. Because it's here, and I don't ever put them back in the bowl until like all the piles are done. That's so funny. So you might have messages in pile 1, but I don't know. If I Were You, that's a movie where this lady like befriends her husband's mistress. But she does like find her own girl power as well. So yeah, girl power coming through. Anderson .Paak, musician. Ruffles, that could be the chips or the fabric. I keep thinking now about like Love Actually, Joni Mitchell, that whole scene. And then also like The Secretary. If you know, you know. The Joker, Steve Miller Band. Both Sides Now by Joni Mitchell. Yin Yang Twins. I love them. I love them so much. Hip-hop duo. Makes some of the best music of the 2000s and 2010s ever. Literally. I've seen them in concert twice. I'm obsessed with them. They're so good. Clumsy by Fergie. Clumsy 'cause I'm falling in love. So in love with you. Yeah, lots of love songs coming through. All right here, right? Give Me Something Real, Our House, Clumsy by Fergie. The number 9, that also makes me think of the song 9 by Willow and SZA, but That could be the month of September, which would be Virgo and Libra season. You could have 9 kids. You could be one of 9 kids. You could live on the 9th floor, 9th street, apartment building number 9. You could be seeing 999 or 9999. Stuff like that. 369. Damn, you're fine. Suck it to me one more time. Get low. Get Low by Lil Jon and the Yin Yang Twins. Oh no, it's Lil Jon and the East Side Boys. Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. Pretend you didn't hear that. Lil Jon and the East Side Boys, yes. Hole in the Bottle by Kelsey Ballerini. There's a hole in the bottle leaking all this wine. It's already empty. Diamond, Love is Blind Season 1, Gemstone, and Engagement. So you might be getting engaged, maybe you work in like a diamond store, like in Bridesmaids. Or maybe you were recently discussing or watching Love is Blind Season 1, Carlton and Diamond, that kind of thing. Who do we have here? We have Ladybug. Ladybug. That also makes me think of Lady Bird, that movie. Is that what that movie's called? I think so. And then also it makes me think of Lady Bird from King of the Hill. That was Hank Hill's dog, named after Lady Bird Johnson, President Johnson's wife. International. So maybe you have like an international business, or you are a globetrotter, or you went to an international school or something to do with international. Bracelet. Maybe you sell bracelets. Maybe you have a diamond bracelet. Somebody maybe just recently gave you a bracelet, or you have a special bracelet or something like that. Chateau Marmont, Hollywood. Okay. It also reminds me of that song Chateau by Angus and Julia Stone. Janis Joplin, musician. Who do we have here? All About Love by Bell Hooks. And that goes by my love songs arena, which just goes to show something that I said in, I was about to say season 1 in LOL Pile 1, was how the slips, like, they have this vibration and they go together sometimes when they're trying to, like, tell me something. So, All About Love right next to all these love songs that I pointed out earlier. I think that's funny. Pink Velvet. So that could be a fabric that you really like. Yeah. Also makes me think of Velvet Taco in Austin. End of Time by Beyonce. There's the first part of that song has like no words to it, but it's so good. I love it. I will love you till the end of time. I'll be your baby. Okay, Caribbean Queen, No More Love on the Run by Billy Ocean. Caribbean Queen. Now we're sharing the same dream, and our hearts, they'll beat as one. No more love on the run. Alright, I first heard that song on Modern Family, but it is also like 80s, so we're getting kind of like 80s vibes, 70s, 80s here. Roller coaster, you might really like roller coasters, you might have plans to go to like a theme park soon, or maybe you just went to one. You could be a roller coaster junkie, or you might know somebody who's a roller coaster junkie or something like that. Or maybe you just heard somebody say the word roller coaster recently, like, oh, it was a roller coaster, like they're talking about it was a emotional roller coaster. Maybe they like went to the movies and they're like, it was like a roller coaster with ups and downs, you know. Motel, hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. Okie dokie. What do we have here? Lemonade by Gucci Mane. Lemons on the chain with the V-cuts. Speaking of diamonds, so he's talking about yellow diamonds in that song. So some of you guys might resonate with that. Sweet Love by Anita Baker. That's back over here in my little love song section. Love that for us. We have Ballet Slippers. And then I wrote OPI, but Ballet Slippers, so that could be literal ballet slippers like for dancing, but also that's the name of a nail polish color by Essie. But I wrote OPI on there. So nail colors in general. You might be a nail girly, nail boy-y, nail person. Karaoke, fun. karaoke queen. Ooh, Caribbean queen, karaoke queen. There was a scene on that Modern Family episode where Haley was like singing her guts out to that song. So, Caribbean queen, yes. And karaoke. The Climb by Miley Cyrus. That's also a great karaoke song. I would know. I'm a karaoke host. I'm a lot of things. I contain multitudes. We Got Love by Tiana Taylor featuring Ms. Lauryn Hill. I love that song. What do we have here? KSS Quarter. I have a quarter right there. But that also makes me think of the French Quarter in New Orleans. And I just recently learned that there's also a French Quarter in Charleston. Who knew? I didn't know. Not me. Who knew? Did you know that? But also you might just have a quarter in your pocket or on your desk or something, like I have a quarter on mine. Maurice Sendak. Maybe you just spent a quarter at like the gumball machine or something. Or to get a bracelet from the bracelet machine. Maurice Sendak was an illustrator and author. And then we also have here the number 1, numero uno. So 19 or 91 could be relevant. Maybe like 2019 or 1991. But this would be the month of January, which is Capricorn and Aquarius energy. Also, it is like maybe you're an only child. Maybe you live on the first floor of your house or apartment building. Maybe you live on First Street, First Avenue. You could be seeing 111, 1111, that kind of thing. Let's see. Also, that makes me think of that song One by the Beatles. Las Vegas. Vegas, baby. Alrighty. I'm also hearing like The One. I don't know what that's about though. Asami from the Legend of Korra. T-Lock. T-Lock makes me think of Tone Lock, another musician. Nicki Minaj, Marilyn Monroe. So that's kind of the same thing here as Anthony Kiedis and Remy Wolf. So Nicki Minaj and Marilyn Monroe are two obviously very singular people. But Nicki named a song of hers after Marilyn Monroe. Just like Remy Wolf named a song of hers after Anthony Kiedis. Ooh! You guys, I'm talking about the vibrational alignment. It's aligning today, okay? No Frauds by Nicki Minaj, Drake, and Lil Wayne. So 2 Nicki Minaj's in a row. I gotta put those right next to each other. Nicki Minaj times 2. Okay? We love it. We love to see it. A Fine Romance by Judith Stills, PhD. That is another book. So we had All About Love by Bell Hooks. That's a book of like a sociological study kind of, or a think piece, criticism piece about love in modern day culture and like what love is and what love isn't and how we've been taught to think certain things are love when they're really not. And then A Fine Romance is a sociological study of like courtship from meeting to marriage. So yeah, those could be helpful books for anybody who is trying to kind of rework their relationship to love or to themselves or to another person. Misa Misa, if you know, you know. Death Note. Misa. I was about to be like, Misa was innocent. She absolutely was not. She absolutely was not. But that goes back to the idea of like being famous or powerful in your own right. Misa and Light both had death notes. So she was powerful in her own right in that way, but she also was more powerful than him because she was famous. She had, you know, a lot of fans and stuff. She had all kinds of things that he didn't have. Money, right? Her own money. So yes, there's this thing about like being part of a power couple. That's part of it. But there's also this thing about like recognizing your own, like what you bring to the table, recognizing your own skills, talents, bad bitchery. Okay, that kind of thing. The Woman King goes right along with that. That's one of the best movies I've ever seen in my life. Viola Davis did the damn thing with that movie. But yeah, The Woman King, that's like, it sums up perfectly what I'm talking about just now. But yes, that's a good movie. And like in it, Viola Davis, she plays, I don't remember what her character's name is, but she's like the lead warrior. She's like the commander-in-chief of the army, and the king is traditionally a man, but the king is able to also choose for there to be a woman king of the tribe. And this is like happening in a country in Africa. I don't remember where they're supposed to be, but this is like back during colonization times. So I don't know if they even like had borders the same way that we think of borders today, but in that movie anyway. But yeah, she is just as powerful as the royal king through her command of armies and knowledge of war, and she ends up becoming the woman king and sitting beside the king herself and having just as much equal power as him. So there's this idea of like not only women's equality coming through here, but also like just, I think it's more about recognizing yourself and not putting somebody else above you, and like recognizing yourself, how powerful you are. We have Death Cab for Cutie here. What do we have next? The number 6. I did say earlier 369. Now we have 69, 619, 916. Any of those could be area codes. 169, 196. I don't think those are area codes. I don't think area codes start with number 1. But yeah, 6 is the month of June, which is Gemini and Cancer energy. So again, you could be seeing 66, 666, 66, 66. You could be on the 6th floor. You could have 6 people in your family. You could be one of 6 kids. You could live on 6th Street, 6th Avenue, that kind of thing. And then let's see what else we have here. Mahershala Ali, wonderful actor. You might know him from Moonlight, Green Book, other things. And last but not least, what do we have here? Oh, he was also in True Detective as well, Mahershala Ali. Location by Khalid. So 2 kind of like Arabic names coming out next to each other. So Arabic names could be relevant somehow. But yeah, location. Send me your location. Love it. Don't forget to like this video and to subscribe to the channel. I also have down below for sale some abundance journals, tarot journals, both of which could be really helpful to you. So go ahead and check those out. But yeah, let me write these down in my tarot journal, and I'll see you guys in a second. Hey there, pile 2. If you chose the Law of Attraction Tarot, then this reading is for you. Now is a great time for you to subscribe to the channel, and also go follow me on TikTok at Empress of Fortune. Regardless, if you watched the intro, then you know kind of like the content of this reading. You may not know the format. So this is like a 3-card reading. We are going to use a few different decks. So we'll get 3 cards from this deck, and then we'll clarify them using the Ask Your Guides Oracle, and then we will finish out the reading with 1 alchemical tool that you can use. But the first card, Spirit, thank you for connecting us to pile 3. First card will be the focal point of the reading. The second card will be the gift that you are receiving. And then the third card will be the gift that you are giving. Okay, so you have to give in order to receive. And we'll get some clarification. We'll also get, like I said, some alchemical or an alchemical tool that will help you to do that. But yeah, let's see. Let's go ahead and do this. Well, that was weird. All right, I will shuffle one more time. Oh, so I just say pile 1. So, okay, let's go. There we go. That's much cleaner. All right, so first card is the focal point of the reading. The second card is what you are receiving, the gift you're receiving, and this card is the gift you are giving. Okie dokie. Oakley dokley. No, I'm thinking about Annie Oakley. I just watched. This is my second time talking about Bailey Sarian. I just watched Bailey Sarian do her dark history on like the Wild West or whatever. And she talked Women of the Wild West more specifically, and she talked about Annie Oakley. I know it's coming through. So okay, let's see. What is the focal point of this reading, Spirit? We have, ooh, the Ace of Cups. For some of you guys, this is new love coming in. This is new opportunity. A seed is being planted Okay, so whether this is for self-love or an actual romantic relationship, or maybe somebody's offering help, it could also just be an opportunity. What we know for sure is that there's an opportunity here. Planted seeds do not always flourish, okay? It's important to remember that. But we see so much abundance on this card. It makes me think that there is hope that this will flourish. Whatever you've planted will flourish, especially in the emotion department, the emotional department. That makes me think of Taylor Swift with her like tortured poets department. But yeah, I'm intrigued. I don't really have very much else to say about this card right now. The cucumber is really sticking out to me. And you know what cucumbers look like. I don't even have to say that. You probably have a mind as dirty as mine. So if you're not 18, you can't be here. Let's just say that. My readings are all 18 plus. Anyway, so yeah, this probably has to do with love. The cucumber. Let us know that it probably has to do with love. What's the gift you're receiving? Let's see here. Wow, Ace of Wands, another ace. So this is like a new beginning. You're receiving a brand new beginning, and it's going to be a passionate new beginning, okay? And remember, these are opportunities, and opportunities are what you make of them, okay? This is a very important message. Opportunities are what you make of them. You're getting an opportunity to plant these seeds for love, prosperity, passion, abundance, okay? But you have to give up. This might be a short-ass reading. I don't know. Let's find out. Ooh, interesting. The Chariot here. I was not expecting that. Some of you guys have to give up your independence. Well, not some of you. All of you. Have to give up your independence. That's coming through. Also have to give up maybe your drive to a degree. Some of you might literally have to give up your car. I'm not telling you go out and sell your car. I'm not telling you that, okay? You will know if this reading was for you. If you need to go watch the identifiers, go watch them. Because I do feel like there was a very important message in there. I don't know if I'm going to bring it up or not. But some of you guys will have to give up your desire. And this is crazy. This is a crazy message. But okay, I'll say it, Spirit. If that's what you want me to say, I'll say it. Some of you guys may have to give up your desire to be equally yoked with somebody in order to have these opportunities, which is crazy. That's me being judgmental. That's not what Spirit is. That's crazy. That's me being judgmental. So my bad. Sorry. Wow. I don't know what to say because this is like shocking information to me. And I feel like it might be shocking information to you too. Some of you guys may also have to give up your like black and white thinking as well. Okay? So that could be relevant for some people. Also, so I'm going to offer a few different interpretations of this because I was so shocked. I think that it's driving me, pun intended, driving me to see things in a different way. And also, this deck has very non-traditional imagery on it. So I'm going to go ahead and take that. This is a card that the action is very hectic. Okay? There's a lot of hectic energy going on here with this Chariot card. This here, these two cards, if you see them, they're very much more calm and peaceful. Okay? Especially this Ace of Wands, which is interesting considering that wands are supposed to be, you know, fast moving, right? Cancer energy coming through here with the Chariot as well. I should say that. But like, this is a sunrise. I guess it could also be a sunset. But we're going to go with sunrise here. But yeah, this is like a calm, both of these are very calming energies. And so in order for you to like receive this calmness, you have to give up the hectic. The go, go, go. Maybe some of you guys have to give up your hyper independence, okay? It might not be your full independence, just your hyper independence. Also, I find it interesting, I don't know if on the other Chariot cards the figure has wings, but on this one he does. So it's like, If you have wings, why do you need to use these horses? You know what I'm saying? Like, why can't you just fly there? For real. Like, instead of using the external horsepower, you need to use the power that God gave you, the internal power. Use your own wings. It's like that little quote where it's like, the bird is not afraid that the branch will break because he has wings to fly. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I think you might need to give up. Horses can also represent work as well. So, yeah. Take that for what you will. I just am imagining these horses like riding through this plain, and it's like they're coming and disturbing this very beautiful, calm sunrise that we have here. Some of you guys might be working too hard. That could be part of it. And others of you guys might just be like too, like I said, on the go. Too aggressive. Because he's like got his mouth open and he's like screaming. He's like, rah! Interesting. My little candle over here is like crackling a lot, which is like an indication to me that I'm on the right path, which is interesting because I'm just like, what is this? What is this reading? And maybe that's like, I'll talk about it now. In the identifiers, there was a lot of like, and you know what's interesting is the women were not independent, but like I said, they were powerful in their own right. But each of them was partnered. We had like each of the women that we talked about in the beginning was partnered, and they were very powerful by themselves. So it's not necessarily a bad thing to give up this sense of independence for a sense of interdependence. And I think about these like fruits and veggies on this card. These fruits and veggies are interdependent on each other. They each give something to the soil and they each take something from the soil. Just like this reading, we're giving and we're taking, right? They each give something to the soil and take something to the soil. And whatever they give to the soil is for the other plants to use. So they're interdependent, you know. Farmers, they'll plant things on like a cyclical, or at least they're supposed to, plant things on a cyclical way for seasonal vegetables. So I think that this is about fostering interdependence, or the opportunity to foster interdependence, if you can learn how to stop being hyper independent, okay? Yeah, that feels right. So let's go ahead and shuffle these cards. And you know what's so crazy? Actually, everything happens for a reason, bro. Because I said earlier, like, this reading might be really short, because normally I'll turn each card over and I'll like read, I'll get like a lot of information from it, right? And I'll read it and then I'll move on and turn over the other card, which I did that this time, but I didn't have that much to say about each card on its own. That's why I was like, this might be a short reading, because I didn't have that much to say about each card on its own. But this is an interdependent scenario where each card I kept showing you these cards together, right? Two at a time. I never showed you the cards all three together. Well, I mean, you can see them here now, but I never held them up to the camera all three together. So I think that's interesting. But like, there's an interdependence here, an interdependence that is necessary in order for these opportunities to flourish, okay? So yeah, learning about interdependence is going to be really important. Let's get some additional clarity, Spirit. So card number 1 is going to be the focus of the reading. Card number 2 will be the gift that pile 2 is receiving. Card number 3 will be the gift that they're giving. I just keep wanting to say I love my job. Because I do. Let's go. Okay, so decisions. Pile 1. Exactly, this is about the decision. I said not every seed flourishes, and we've got this big heart here, right? Which path are you going to take? The path of your heart? The path with, you know, the accolades, or the path somebody's pulling you down, or the path that your heart wants you to take? Okay? So seeds are opportunities. They're not going to just automatically flourish. You have to nourish them. So this is choosing the path that is going to be best for you. And I think that you'll be presented with this opportunity and you'll have to decide, am I going to nurture this opportunity or not? Am I going to choose it and am I going to nurture it? Again, not every seed that's planted grows. So if you plant the seed, you really have to take care of it. And you have to make the decision to do that. This is about commitment. What does it say down here? Higher self. This is about commitment. Because it's like once you choose a path out of these 3 paths, you have to commit to that path. Interesting. Interesting. Ooh. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. I don't know why I just did that, but I did. Bailey Sarian's coming back up again with, she has another dark history about the history of fast food. So, yeah. This is for 2, purpose. Again, we have that path, this yellow path, the yellow brick road, Wizard of Oz coming through. Yellow path. And like, look at his face. This in the background. You see that? That's like the Wizard of Oz's face. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Yeah, Wizard of Oz coming through for real. But what you're receiving is a sense of purpose. If you go with this, you'll be receiving a sense of purpose. Okay? You might be giving up your hyper independence, or what just feels to you like independence, but what you will receive is a sense of purpose. You'll also receive guidance. It says master teacher on here. So numbers that could be important, we have 32 and 38. Okay. But you'll be receiving guidance. And I think it's interesting how with these 2 cards here, again, we got 2 cards coming up. There's this yellow path leading out of the heart and nobody's pulling them on it. On these 2, it's like somebody's pulling them, trying to pull them. And one person is trying to bribe them with these stars. You see that on the left, right? The person on the right is just straight up pulling them. But the person on the left is trying to bribe them with these stars. And then there's that yellow path out to the middle that leads towards the higher self. Whereas here, in this card, they've chosen the yellow path of the heart. And they're being bestowed with stars anyway. The divine has these stars they're willing to give them and ready to give them. So choosing that path of your heart, choosing the path that your heart wants to take, and getting those rewards regardless. So I feel like this blue path that has the stars on it, it's like a false path, whereas the yellow path is the one that your heart really wants. You'll get your stars anyway if you take that one. That's good to know. That's good to know. But yes, you will be receiving purpose. You'll be receiving those accolades I'm hearing. You'll be receiving guidance as well. What do you have to give? Ooh, shadow. Divine Healers, number 25. You've got to give up. Okay, so there's something in your psyche that's causing the hyper-independence, okay? For some of you guys, you may not have been helped a lot when you were younger. Some of you guys may have had like a authority figure who was easily angered or who turned your love away. There could have been somebody, it doesn't have to be a parent, but it could have been somebody who turned your love away or who had a very like intimidating and imposing presence on you. Somebody whose shadow you lived in. In order to give up this hyper-independence, you're going to have to do a lot of shadow work. Because that's going to help you to define that yellow path, that yellow brick road. Because here it's like the heart is there, but they're giving it, they don't know who to give it to because they can't give it to this person because this person either doesn't want it or is like angry or whatever it is that they are, right? And so this little guy down here is like, I need to give my heart to something or somebody, but there's nobody to give it to. And so they're not holding on to it, they're still trying to give it away. Give It Away by Red Hot Chili Peppers coming through right now. But here, it's like owning the heart and moving towards the heart's path. So I think in order to find the heart's path, you're going to have to go through the shadow work and figure out why you're so hyper independent. Why you're trusting the outside more than you're trusting yourself. Why you're working yourself into the ground when you could float. Just float. Right? The horses versus the wings. Why does that sound like a basketball? Something to do with basketball. I know Dallas, the women's team is called the Wings, like the WNBA team is called the Wings. I don't know if there are horses anywhere, like somebody with a horse mascot. Is their mascot a Pegasus? Hold on. Yes, it is! Okay, so the Dallas Wings are coming through right now. The WNBA team, Dallas Wings. Her name is Lightning. She's a Pegasus. That's literally so funny. That's hilarious. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but it's coming through. The main idea here, the main focus of this is that following your heart is really where your power lies in your decision making. This could be... idea almost feels like too strong of a word. I feel like inkling is a better word for it, or like a stirring, like there's something stirring in your heart that wants to come through. And I also heard like in your loins. So whether this is a relationship with a person or just like a path that you want to take for your own life, the real question is, are you going to listen to your heart? Listen to your heart as it's calling for you. Listen to your heart. There's nothing else you can do. I don't know where you're going, and I don't know why. Listen to your heart before you tell them goodbye. That's DHT, listen to your heart, okay? Yes. Yeah. And I think also this, what you're going to have to give up. I was speaking a lot about independence, interdependence. I think it's also like the rushing. You know, I mentioned how calm these two cards are and how kind of like in tune with abundant opportunities these two cards are, meaning the focal point and the gift. Whereas this one is like, you're rushing to get everywhere. You're just trying to move forward at any and all costs, right? By any means necessary. And you don't need to use by any means necessary because you have your own wings. You don't need to use that outside force, that outside power. You have your own wings. But something in your shadow, it's like you're running away from something. You see this like dark cloud in the background? It's like you're running away from something. And that's whatever your shadow needs to face. So go ahead and face that so you can stop running away from it. You can find this peace and tranquility here, especially, is the gift that you'll receive. It's not only that passion, that opportunity for passion and purpose, but also that peace and tranquility. And knowing that you're headed towards a horizon that you are really going to appreciate instead of running away from something. You know, it's like you're switching modes from going away from something to going towards something. Instead of avoidance, you now have purpose. I hope that makes sense. Instead of trying to evade something, you're trying to build something, right? I like that. That feels accurate. All right. Let us get our alchemy card out and see what kind of alchemical tools would be helpful here, or alchemical insights. Spirit. All right, so what alchemical tools does pile 2 need to use? I didn't like that. I didn't like that break that I just did. That cut. Let's work on it. Here you go. I'm gonna just reshuffle. Okay. Give me the alchemical tool, pile 2 needs, please. I like the shape of these cards. Ooh, speculum glass. Interesting. So yeah, this is like a new outlook. But I think it's interesting how I talked about this. I talked about like you're running away from something. We have this like dark cloud in the shadow, and then we have this peacefulness here. This is like the exact same picture almost. You see that? How there's, this looks like a sunset, this looks like a sunrise, but it's like the same kind of picture, which is kind of crazy. I think that it's looking at things through a different lens, seeing the negatives as positives, learning to see the negatives as positives is coming through. And I think that that's part of what you'll be doing with your shadow work, is you'll be reframing certain things in your life, looking at them from a different lens, different perspective, a different frame, a more mature perspective as well. We have the number 30 here on this card. The gold ring around it does make me think of like, you know, silver linings, gold linings. Silver linings playbook coming through. I think that it's difficult to get past horrible things that have happened to us, unpleasant things that have happened to us, unfortunate things that have happened to us, but there's always a lesson to be learned from it. And that's not to say that, you know, we should go around doing mean things to people so that they can learn lessons. But it's just like sometimes, you know, life deals you a tough hand and you have to learn how to make the best out of it. And sometimes the best that you can make out of it is learning a lesson from it. So let's go ahead and read from the book on this one. I'm really liking this reading and this layout. Like, I'm just really enjoying the energy. Okay, we've got speculum glass, transparency, focus, seeing. Interesting. Interesting that it said focus when this is like the focus card here, up here at the top. Glass transmits a sacred exchange between the alchemist and their work. Through the glass vessel, the alchemist sees their work, and the work sees the alchemist. What was once clouded in confusion becomes focused. What was once veiled becomes obvious. So like what was once in the shadow becomes light, or it comes out of the shadow, right? How are you currently seeing the world? What is your perspective? The glass card can be thought of as the gift of true perception. With it, you naturally focus on what is most central in your life. All else falls into the periphery. The next right action becomes clear. So the next right action being these opportunities. And this opportunity will not be one-dimensional. It will be two-dimensional. It will have opportunity for both like that emotional and the, what's the word that I want to use? It's not physical, because wands are not necessarily physical. They're like inspirational. They are like willpower and drive and chemical. So it is like when we put water and fire together, we're getting like steam. It's the opportunity to change your state. For some of you guys, that might be literal, like you're moving states or something like that, but like just to change the state of your life, both emotionally and like motivationally, maybe is the right word. So you'll have this opportunity that's coming in, this gift that you're receiving. It's going to be beneficial on at least 2 levels. Okay, let's put it that way. The next right action becomes clear. Glass is fragile by nature and requires regular cleaning, so find daily practices that align your vision to what is true. And so that's to say that like shadow work is not necessarily a one and done situation. You might have to go back in and kind of, you know, polish it off every so often. There might be like affirmations that you have to say in the mirror every day, glass mirrors, right? In order to kind of like keep those shadows at bay. But the work is definitely worthwhile. And a daily practice could be helpful. It's easy to slip into an old mode of seeing, particularly someone else's. So hold steady to your alchemical lenses. Their power is mighty. And I think this someone else is like that authority that I was talking about earlier, whether that was a family member or an old relationship partner, or maybe like an old teacher or something. But whoever this is showing up in the shadow card right here, I think that they kind of like dominated the way that you saw the world for a while. And so you'll be able to see things your own way once you start seeing through the vision of your heart. Hold steady to your new alchemical lenses. Their power is mighty. To go deeper, view Robert Smithson's sculpture, Map of Broken Glass, Atlantis. And something to ponder is the sand becoming glass. So if you didn't know, glass is made out of sand. It can be made from sand and lightning. It can just be made from extreme heat on sand. It's a certain type of sand. Not all sand is able to make glass. So you guys may want to like look into glass blowing, maybe like watch glass blowing videos or something to learn more about that. Not saying that you should become a glass blower. You can if you want to, but go learn about like the glass making process and see what that brings up for you. As it's like a true alchemical process, how sand becomes glass, right? How like something melts and becomes completely different. Sand is like opaque, right? It's like this dark, gritty thing, and then you melt it and it becomes this clear, moldable, shapeable thing. It's very cool. Like, it's very, very cool. Some speak of rose-colored glasses that shift our perspective. Take inventory of what lens you are looking through. Is the glass muddy, colored, cracked, or is it crystal clear? Glass is a separator. It puts a clear barrier between the observer and the observed. Ponder on this distance making and whether it is serving or hindering. I find this concept of the observer and the observed very interesting because we kind of see it in both of these cards here. Right? Over here in the purpose card, we've got like spirit observing you walking along your path. And then over here, we've got kind of like triple layers. It's like this person being observed by this like angry shadow head person, and both of that being observed by this divine presence, right? So, with that being said, I kind of feel like the gift that you'll be receiving is a deeper connection with the divine and a feeling like you're really being watched over benevolently. Whereas maybe what you had in the past was like this wondering of like, why me? Oh God, why me? And it caused a lot of like hectic energy in your life. And you felt very alone, or very much like you had to do everything on your own. And the gift that you'll be receiving is knowing that you don't have to do everything on your own. Even though you are walking your own unique path, you're still heavily supported by a benevolent divine figure. And that whoever this was in your past was really blocking you from connecting with the divine because of their ugly, low vibrational, negative energy. And ugly felt like kind of a strong word to use just now. It still feels accurate, but it feels like strong because like maybe this person is literally not ugly. Like maybe they're literally gorgeous. But yeah. It also could be ideals about like beauty ideals. We could be talking about that as well because like the black and white horses keep coming up here. And so this does make me think about like, we also have this glass and the idea of viewing things through a certain lens. So like beauty standards could be coming up here as well. And maybe you have some shadow work that you need to do that goes around like how you look or how you present yourself, or like whether or not you consider yourself to be beautiful, whether or not other people or you perceive other people to consider you as beautiful, what other people may have told you about your looks growing up or something like that, whether or not you fit or don't fit, you know, the typical Western European beauty standard, at least here in the United States, because all over the world the beauty standards are different. And so I think that that's something that also needs to be talked about, is that you're not ugly, you might just be in the wrong place with people who don't appreciate your beauty, right? And beauty is in the eye of the beholder, that's one thing, but also beauty is in your eyes, right? So look at yourself in the glass, look at yourself in the mirror, and find the things that are beautiful about you. And shadow work and mirror work might really go hand in hand for this pile. It might be really helpful. I think that this is easier said than done. I do feel like there's a, it feels a little hard to do this work. And I think it will be difficult to kind of break out of this energy for some of you, because maybe you've been so used to either being on your own or hyper independent or go, 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 or whatever it is this whole time for so long. Or you might have, you know, somebody who's breathing down your neck or whatever, and it could be difficult to kind of get out from under that. So I just want to let you know that I empathize with you. I sympathize with you. And you wouldn't be watching this reading if you couldn't do it. So let's say that. Like, you have this message here from the divine. You are capable of taking a hold of these opportunities and moving forward with them. I think it first and foremost starts with a conscious decision to do this shadow work. And it might take a while. It might take longer than you expect. It might take more techniques than you expect. Some of you guys might need to, you know, pursue therapy or something like that in order to really get this shadow work under control, get a handle on it, is what I'm hearing. But at the end, it will be worth it, because you will have this like calmness, this peace of mind, this purpose. Yeah. But remember, it all starts with that focused decision to take a hold of this opportunity to love. This opportunity to love. Whether that's yourself, somebody else, both. I think it is both, because we talked about interdependence here, right? So I also think it's interesting, like I said, that we have like a sunrise and a sunset here in both of these pictures. And to me, that's talking about the, not only like a fresh start and a beginning and an ending, but it's just to remind you, and we had a little bit of this message in pile 1 as well, about like the cycle of things, right? Every day you get an opportunity to make a new choice. And then if things don't really go how you want them to go that day, the good news is that hopefully we get another chance to try again tomorrow, right? So recognize that this process will take time, and that it's okay to try and start over again as many times as you need to. I'm really being drawn to like these horses, and especially their hooves. And I'm thinking about how it's like the best time to try and travel is during the day. I don't know why that's coming through right now, but that's like my mom, like, so I like to take road trips and stuff. And I don't really care when I leave necessarily, but my mom is always like, you know, it's better to leave earlier so that you get more daylight, you can travel during the daytime and blah, blah, blah. And I mean, she's right. Objectively, she's right. Like, if something were to happen, you know, I'd rather that it happened during the daytime. Like, if, you know, my tire blew out or whatever, I would be safer being on the side of the road in the daytime than I would be at nighttime. You know what I mean? I guess it's like part of the message here is working in the light, right, versus working in the shadow. And just a reminder that it's better to be in the light than it is to be in the shadow. You can make it to your destination both ways, but it's safer, I guess, to be in the light than it is to be in the shadow. And like, I'm thinking about like birds and stuff now, because I'm like, yeah, that's true for humans, but like, is that true for birds? Because like, birds travel at night, do they? Or do they sleep? You know, it's so interesting. So I did look it up just now, and most birds migrate at nighttime. And so I'm thinking of what we were talking about earlier between like these horses and the wings on this Chariot card, right? And I was talking about external power. So once you have to use your own wings to travel through the shadow. That's what I'm hearing. You have to use your own wings to travel through the shadow, which is a reliance on yourself. And I know that that's like this whole hyper independence theme. It might seem contradictory, but whatever external thing that you are relying on in order to get you through this shadow period, or through this, to maybe even for some of you guys like numb the shadow, you have to let that go. And I think that's part of this. So like with glass also, when we were talking about glass blowing, you know, like glass makes bottles, glass makes bongs, right? Pipes, all kinds of stuff. So some of you guys may be using substances as a way to kind of like cloud your mind and get you to kind of stop thinking about the shadow aspects of yourself or of your life. And so you have to stop using those external things, especially if they are substances, and you have to really rely on yourself, your own two wings, you know, metaphorical wings. Clear up your vision. Sobriety could be really helpful for some of you guys, especially if you have an issue, then it would be definitely helpful. And I think that you will find a master teacher who can really guide you along this path. Whether you might find somebody who already has that really tranquil peace of mind, maybe who has a meditation practice or something like that, who can help introduce you to it, to kind of help realign you on your right path. Confirmation right there. Yeah. Instead of going like all willy-nilly in whatever direction you can find, I think you'll find somebody who helps to kind of take the pressure off, but also helps you feel like you've made the right, authentic decision for you towards your greatest happiness with fulfillment and clarity. The idea of a frame is coming through as well. We've got this like gold circular frame here, and then also on this purpose card there's like this yellow square frame outside. So I don't know if that's supposed to be a picture frame or just reframing the way that you guys see things, but yeah. For some of you guys, cameras could be significant somehow. Don't forget to subscribe here on YouTube and to follow me on TikTok. Also, in case you were unaware, I do have like a tarot journal and an abundance journal for sale. You can get them at the links in the description box. Definitely check those out. Thank you so much for spending some time with me today. I love you. Thank you for being here. And I wish you just so much joy and openness. And I want to offer you guys compassion as you go through this journey, because I know that it won't be easy necessarily, but it will be worth it. It will definitely be hard, but it will be worth it. It will be worth it. And also I'm hearing that message of like choose your hard, right? Because I think most things in life have a level of difficulty to them. It's hard to be in your shadow, but it's also hard to be in the light. So one of them comes with benefits, other comes with drawbacks. So you might as well choose the hard that comes with the benefits, you know? The long-term benefits. The benefits where you're fulfilling your purpose and making decent connections. Thank you again, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Hey there, pile 3. Welcome, welcome. If you chose the Murder of Crows tarot deck, then this is going to be the Identifiers portion. If you don't care about the identifiers, if you already feel connected to this deck and to this pile, then you are more than welcome to skip over this part. There is another timestamp down below, reading pile 3 reading. It will say pile 3 reading right there on it. So if you want to skip to the part straight with the cards, go ahead and click that timestamp and it will take you straight to the part with the cards. But yeah, let's get a little air clearing. I'm just gonna, yes, just a little quick tap of our lip bowl to clear the air. Spirit, thank you, guides, benevolent ancestors, higher self. Connect me to pile 3. Who's in pile 3 who needs to hear this message? We're doing a focused gift message. Divine guidance. What is pile 3? Who's in pile 3? Let's help them identify themselves so that they can know for certain that this reading is for them. And if it's not on the slip, sometimes like the slips want to remind me of other stuff. So feel free to watch all the way through, but if you like find one of the slips early on is for you, then you don't have to watch all the identifiers. My dog is being very whiny the past few days. I don't know what his problem is. Let me go check on him real quick. Hold on. All right, let's see. So even that could have been an identifier. Like maybe you have a whiny dog recently, or you had to go, check on your dog just now or something. Anybody else in pile 3? Alrighty. Let's get into it then. Let's see who my pile 3 people are. This is kind of a smaller pile for the identifiers. I've had to rearrange all of this stuff up here like 3 times so far. Since I sat down and decided to start filming. So you might be like very particular type of person, or you could be rearranging like your furniture or your tchotchkes, stuff in your room. We have Grand Crew here. That is a TV show. It's also making me think about like a crew on like a ship or a yacht for some reason. But yeah, that's a TV show about friends living in LA. We've got here Linkin Park, the band. So maybe you really like their music. Oh, I forgot to say, the way that these slips work is that at least one of the things that's on them should be really significant to you, could resonate for you, or could have shown up in passing in your life like really recently. So for example, Linkin Park could be like your favorite band. Maybe it's your brother's favorite band. Maybe you went to karaoke last week and you sang Linkin Park, right? Maybe you just heard one of their songs on the radio today, or playing from somebody else's car as you were driving past, that kind of thing would let you know that this reading is for you. We have here annoying. I did mention that like my dog was being kind of whiny, so that goes along with that annoying kind of energy. Not saying my dog is annoying, but just that maybe like you've been kind of whiny, or somebody else has been like whiny or annoying you. Maybe somebody said the word annoying and you heard it. Patti LaBelle, prolific musician, singer. We have here Footloose by Kenny Loggins. That is both a song and the theme song for the movie Footloose, which is like about a bunch of kids in a town where dancing is like not allowed. That makes me think of that song I Don't Feel Like Dancing by the Scissor Sisters. Cold Hearted 2 by Meek Mill. It's a song from his Championships album. Fire signs, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. So you could have fire in your chart, heavily in your chart. You might have a stellium. You could have that in like your big 3, your sun, moon, or rising. I will also say your Venus. Possibly your North Node, but that's not going to be for everybody. Anniversary by Tony Tony. So maybe you have heard that song recently, or it could be your anniversary, or maybe somebody close to you was talking about their anniversary recently, or you went to like an anniversary party or something. Rules by Kill You Manti. That's a song. I'm definitely getting like the concept of beef here, like having beef with somebody, because this song, Rules, and then also Cold Hearted 2 kind of deal with having beef with people. Ted Mosby. He's the main character from How I Met Your Mother, played by Josh Radnor. So that should have, or could have, some sort of significance to you. And not every single one of these has to be significant. At least one should be. Earth signs, Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo. So again, that would be stellium, just heavy in your birth chart, earth signs, or it could be sun, moon, rising, or Venus. Any of those 3 signs. Energy by Drake. I got enemies. I'm telling you, beef. Beef is coming through. I got enemies, got a lot of enemies, got a lot of people trying to drain me of my energy, okay? Yes, trying to take away from a nigga, okay? Yes, beef. I don't know who you have beef with, but that could be part of the reading. It might not be part of the reading. It might just be the energy here. 1894. And you know what's so interesting? Obviously, we don't condone violence of any kind on this channel, but you did choose the Murder of Crows Tarot, which, like, a group of crows is called a murder. So, you know, again, we're not condoning violence of any kind. I just thought that was interesting, the concept of beef coming up. 1894 by Amber Mark. That's a song. AM, those initials could be significant to you somehow. We've got The Incredibles. That is a Disney Pixar movie about a family who fights, they're superheroes, they fight crime. Again, beef, telling you. Drew Barrymore by SZA. I'm like wondering if you're the type of person who has a lot of haters everywhere we go. That also makes me think of Many Men by 50 Cent. Many men wish death upon me. Girlfriends, that's another TV show about a group of black friends in LA. Grand Crew and Girlfriends, both about groups of black friends in LA. Love that. Privacy, I wanted to say privacy for some reason, so maybe like a British accent could be significant somehow, but privacy, you could be like a very private type of person. You could have like a lot of privacy measures at your house or on your phone, like you might have multiple locks on your door, or you might have just like reset your passwords or set up security cameras or something like that. But definitely like privacy is coming through. Pink lemonade, yum. Okay, cute. Pink lemonade. Pink and yellow also, maybe like that color combo. Kaya Ita by Bad Bunny and Tiny. That's a song. Okay. Key tattoo. So maybe you have a key tattoo, or maybe like somebody close to you has a key tattoo, or you're thinking about getting a key tattoo. Something like that. Maybe you just like were at the tattoo shop today and you saw like a picture of a key tattoo, or maybe you just saw somebody's key tattoo. You might not be close with them, but like you saw it recently. The number 3 coming through, that could also be the month of March. But yeah, maybe you like live on the 3rd floor. You could have 3 kids. You could be one of 3 kids. You might be seeing 333. You can live on 3rd Street or 3rd Avenue. Something like that. The number 3 somehow significant. Pranks or punked. So punked was a TV show where Ashton Kutcher would go around pranking celebrities, but pranks just in general, maybe you are a prankster or somebody pulled a prank on you, or you like to watch like prank shows or prank videos on TV or on YouTube or something. Nice by Beyonce and Jay-Z, because I'm nice up all night. All right. Really Rosie. That is a play. It's like a children's musical by Carole King, and I want to say like Maurice Sendak. Is that right? Some other person. I don't remember who it is, but Carole King and somebody else. Burn by Usher. I think that you should let it burn. Okay, Usher. You could be a big Usher fan, or maybe you just heard that song recently. It might have some sort of significance to you somehow. Juggernaut. So I put this in there because I kept hearing that word a lot. So I was like, oh, I should put that in there. But then I found out that it's also like a character from Marvel. And I don't really know anything about Marvel, but maybe that means something to you. Wake Up in the Sky by Gucci Mane, Bruno Mars, and Kodak Black. It's interesting that that came out right under key tattoo. I know that Gucci Mane doesn't have a key tattoo, but he did get like an ice cream cone tattooed on his face. So maybe like face tattoos or ice cream cone tattoos could be significant somehow. Jill Zarin, that's my girl. Well, I don't really know that much about her other than she was on The Real Housewives of New York and she was my favorite housewife. I didn't really watch that show for very long. I think I only watched it like up to season 4 or 5, but I liked her. I thought she was a very interesting character with an interesting life story. Mia Thermopolis. That is the main character from Princess Diaries. In the movie, she's played by Anne Hathaway. We have here foot pics. Maybe you sell foot pics. Maybe you buy foot pics, okay? Maybe you just saw a video on TikTok about how to sell foot pics or something like that. We have here graphic novel. Okay, you could really like reading graphic novels. You might be a graphic novelist or an illustrator of graphic novels, something like that. Maybe you were just talking to somebody about a graphic novel. We have Monopoly, that could be the game. There is also a song called Monopoly by Ariana Grande and Victoria Monet. So it could be that. It could be the board game or the like cell phone app. McDonald's, maybe you went to McDonald's recently, maybe you used to work at McDonald's or something like that. Yeah, maybe you like literally just passed by the Golden Arches just a second ago. Breakfast at Tiffany's. That is a movie starring Audrey Hepburn, but it also is like a novella by Truman Capote, I think. What do we have here? We've got Black Hole Sun by Soundgarden. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know that song that well, but for some reason it wanted to be in the bowl. The number 38. Interesting, we have 338, 3 and 38 here, so that number or 383 could be significant somehow. Maybe you live like at house number 38, or you are 38, or you were even possibly born in 1938. I mean, who knows? The possibilities are endless with that number. Maybe that's like the number on your jersey if you're an athlete. We have here Bear Claw. So that could be the pastry, but it also could be like a character from New Girl played by Josh Gad. That was his nickname, was Bear Claw. Nick tried to set Jess up with him at one point. He was like, that guy's awesome. Doctor by Remy Wolf. That's a song. I don't want to be your doctor. We love Remy Wolf over here. She's a star. Now that makes me think of that song Mamushi by Megan Thee Stallion. I get money, I'm a star. Meditation. So maybe you like to meditate, maybe you just started a meditation practice, maybe you are learning about meditation, or you could be a master meditator. Meditator sounds weird. Along for the Ride, that's a movie on Netflix. It is also a book. The movie is based on the book. The book is by Sarah Dessen. So we have like teen girl books here. I mentioned Princess Diaries, and then now Along for the Ride. Princess Diaries, the books are by Meg Cabot. So maybe Meg Cabot and her books in general. There's an app called Hello Talk where you can talk to people from other countries when you're trying to like learn a language. So if you were trying to learn French, you could talk to people who live in French-speaking countries, and you can like talk to them and text them. Then we have, what's this? The number 8. Whoa, that's kind of crazy, because now we have double numbers. We have 38 here. We have 38 right here. So 38 coming through very strong, so is 83, okay? So we could have 3388, 3388. Did I just say that? Okay, I did. 8338. That might be something. 3838. Any of those. But yeah, doubles is also coming through. It makes me think of like rolling doubles, like on a board game, like on Monopoly. So doubles, and then also that makes me think of like a McDouble from McDonald's. Okay, or like a double cheeseburger. We have here s'mores. So that could be s'mores, like actual, you know, marshmallows and graham crackers and chocolate, or maybe it's like a s'mores flavored cupcake or Pop-Tart, or, you know, something like that. It doesn't have to be an actual s'more that you like held over the campfire. But yeah, all right, let me go write these down in my tarot journal. I will see you guys in just a second, but I do want to do a shameless plug first. If you are working on like your finances or anything like that, ooh, confirmation, definitely some of you guys need to hear this. I recently published an abundance journal. This is the So Abundant Abundance Journal. It's a wealth building resource companion. It's got like work pages. It's got information in here, space for you to do like a workbook, and you can not only take notes on like different books that you're reading, but you also do like financial check-ins and stuff like that. And it has affirmations in here as well. So go ahead and click the link in the description box if you're interested in just being on your abundance journey, learning more about money. It's a really good resource. I've been using mine for over a year now, and I have just like learned so much. So definitely take a look. It was so helpful to me that I felt like I needed to release it to the world. So in case you guys are interested, that link is down below. I do also have a tarot journal actually as well. The link will be there. I don't have one nearby that I can show you, but if you're interested, go check that out. They're both sold through Amazon. So yeah, let me write these down in my tarot journal, and I will see you guys in a second. Hey there, Pile 3. Welcome, welcome. This is the actual reading, so let's go ahead and get into it. We're finding out what kind of divine guidance Spirit has for you today. We're going to be figuring out the focus of the reading, and then we'll talk about a gift you need to give and a gift that you'll be receiving, okay? Those last two parts are actually opposite. So it's the focus, then it's the gift that you'll receive, and then the gift that you give. And we'll also be looking into some like alchemical tools that you can use to help you to bring this in or attract this to your life, okay? So yeah, guides, angels, benevolent ancestors, higher self. The first card, please help us indicate the focus. Card number 2 should be the gift that Pile 3 is receiving. And card number 3 will be the gift that they are giving. Thank you. All right, let's do this. I feel like everything just got so quiet all of a sudden, which like obviously it did. I'll put it like, how do I want to do this? I'll put this focus here in the middle. Keep the main thing, okay? If you know, you know. That's from The Bachelorette from Jen Tran's season. And then this will be the gift that we are receiving, and then this will be the gift that we are giving, okay? We're going to get some other cards out in a little bit, but we're going to focus on these ones first. Okay, the focus of this reading. We've got the Queen of Wands. Let's give a little up close look at this card here, the Queen of Wands. So this could be about your attractiveness. This also could be about your popularity. Possibly there might be somebody who is like a little bit jealous of you, or maybe you just are out here stepping on these hoes' necks, okay? But the Queen of Wands, she knows what she wants. She knows how to get it. She definitely does not chase. She attracts, okay? She's sexy, she's cute, she's popular to boot, she's bitchin', great hair, the boys that love to stare, okay? She's really good at organizing people. If she wanted to, you know, have a party, it would be like the party to go to. So this is all about cultivating your most magnetic aura. That is what I'm getting right now. And whether or not you already feel like you have a magnetic aura, or you are trying to cultivate that, I guess we will figure that out. But I think also this could be about like upping your sex appeal, working on your glow up. You know, she's the type of energy, and you don't have to be a woman watching this or identify as feminine watching this, but like this is the type of energy where it's like people are flocking to be near you to the point where you would have to beat them off with a stick, as they say. But because you're so charming, or you will be developing that level of charm, you can use your charm to, you know, get people to act how you want instead of having to beat them off with a stick, right? So doing things like elegantly and charmingly, but really having a lot of people very, very drawn to you. That is what I'm getting. Some of you guys may have like a kind of gothic kind of aura or aesthetic. That absolutely does not have to apply to you. The only reason I'm saying it is because we are using the Murder of Crows Tarot today. So that might apply to you, but it absolutely does not. You could be into like scary movies or kind of like macabre type of things. Again, that does not have to apply to you if you don't want it to. Whatever the case is, you're definitely coming off as very cool. You could be either very popular or like working on your popularity, whether that popularity is like in person or online or whatever. You just are working on, or either very naturally capable of attracting people to you, okay? So let's go with the gift that you'll be receiving here, okay? Ooh, Nine of Wands in the reverse. You know what's interesting? I feel like, I don't know, I was about to be like, this is a very specific message, but I guess it's really not. And that is kind of scary because if that's the case, then I guess like there are more weirdos out there than I anticipated. And that's not saying you're a weirdo. I'm not saying that at all. But the gift that I think you're receiving, and this is just one interpretation, stay tuned for the others. If there was somebody who was kind of like obsessed with you in a weird way, they are going to ease up. They're going to either find somewhere else to focus their attention, or I'll show it to you guys, just a little close up, or they are going to kind of just naturally back off, learn to back off. You might have to, I don't know if you're going to have to say anything to them. I don't think you actually will. But this Nine of Wands is kind of like a soldier who has gone to the mat time and time again for something or someone. It's like a true believer kind of character. And with this being in the reverse, I kind of feel like it's the idea of like somebody maybe having lost their faith in a scenario. And since this is a gift that you're receiving, I get that somebody who was paying a little too close attention to you, because the wands are also about attention. They're a suit of energy, intention, and attention. Somebody who was paying too close attention to you is going to start leaving you alone, which that's wonderful. Congratulations. I definitely know how that feels. And it can be very scary. So I'm very happy for you to know that this is going to go away and this person's going to stop bothering you. It's going to allow you to have to not feel so guarded. Either they're going to stop bothering you naturally, or like you're going to be put in a position where they no longer can bother you. Okay, it's going to be one of those two. But yeah, like you're going to feel like you're set free, like you are not kind of like weighed down by worrying about this person anymore. And that truly is a gift. Trust me, like I said, I absolutely know how that feels like. So, oh my gosh, I'm so happy for you. Okay, let's see. What's the gift that you're giving? The gift that you'll be giving here. The Seven of Swords. Okay, so what's interesting to me here about this is I think you might have to lie. And you know what's so funny that I mentioned earlier, like the Queen of Wands, she's so attractive and like so mesmerizing. The word that I want to say is like the word enamorable. I don't think that's really a word, but like people get enamored by her, right? And I said that she would have to beat them off with a stick, but she's able to use like her words and her charm and stuff like that to avoid having to literally beat people off with sticks. I don't like saying that combination of words too much because it starts to sound dirty and I don't like that. But you may have actually had a sexual encounter with this person at one point. The person who was like low-key stalking you or like, you know, wouldn't leave you alone. You may have had a sexual encounter with them at one point, just because that came up. But I think that you're going to have to lie about something. You're going to have to lie about where you're going or like kind of spread some misinformation here. This is such an interesting reading. I have had no idea of like what's going to come out in any of these readings that I've done so far for this video. And like, this is just such an interesting one. But yeah, you're going to have to spread some sort of misinformation, in order to, I think, get this person off of your back, finally. I don't even know if it particularly needs to be clever, to be honest. I don't know if it needs to even be a particularly clever lie or anything like that, but another alternative to that is that you could lie by omission. Like you could just intentionally not tell somebody something, like keep that information to yourself, okay? Privacy did come out in our identifiers. Let me see if I can find that one. Privacy did come out in our identifiers. And you know what's interesting is, like I said, if you didn't watch the identifiers, like the concept of beef came up quite a bit. And so like having beef with someone. So this could be somebody that you had beef with. It doesn't even have to be somebody who's like a crazy stalker. It could just be somebody that you were beefing with. Okay. But yeah, you have to stop being so open and honest about certain things, and like maybe you're the type of person who enjoys being a little bit more open and honest, And if that's the case, then you're going to have to kind of give that up and move towards privacy. And if you want, like I said, you could go ahead and give them some misinformation if you feel like that's really necessary. Here we have our privacy slip that came out. Yeah. Another possibility here is that, like, let's say that somebody took something from you, right? Like, you know, worst case scenario, somebody came and like stole something from you. I was gonna say like your underwear or whatever, right? Let's say that they stole something from you. I think that you kind of just are gonna have to let it go. Be like, okay, keep that as a keepsake, and now you're never gonna see me again because deuces, right? So yeah. But again, the gift that you're receiving, this is definitely good news. This person will be leaving you alone. And I think that, like, they will come to recognize that you do have kind of like a scary side a little bit, even if you're not that kind of like goth persona or horror movie type of person that I was describing earlier. She definitely has like a little bit of a scary side to her, and with this being the Queen of Wands, Wands can definitely be a suit of like anger, right? I don't think that you are normally an angry person, but it's like if you are pushed too far, if somebody pushes your buttons, and this person has definitely been pushing your fucking buttons, then they will see like the scary side come out to you. And I think that you have the ability to either trick this person away from you or scare this person away from you. Okay, so it's all gonna work out in the end, babes. We love that. Let's go ahead and go explore with our second deck and get a little bit more information. We're going to use the Ask Your Guides Oracle to add another layer onto this reading. Okay, so the first card will be the focus. The second card will be the gift that pile 3 is receiving. And the third card is going to be the gift that pile 3 is giving. Okay, let's shuffle this. Actually, we're just going to go ahead and cut it. Let's do this. Let's see what we got. All right. Deprivation. That's the focus. And again, like I said, you're depriving this person of information about you. But some of you guys could physically be moving. Look how they have like a box that they're kind of like putting stuff into. Some of you guys might be moving, or you could be creating like a more mysterious persona online. Okay, let's get the gift that they are receiving and then the gift that they are giving. The number 34 coming through here as well. I'm going to read from the book because I want a little bit of guidance. I also want to say that some of you guys might be working, I did mention like glow up, you could be working on your physical appearance or becoming more popular or something like that. And so you might be changing up your diet or even like your content diet, like your media diet. It doesn't have to be your physical food diet. It could be just other things that you consume. But let's look. Oh my gosh, I almost opened it up to the exact page. I opened it up to number 35. And speaking of the exact page, the page number 51 felt like I should say it, but I actually opened it up to page 52 and 53. But it starts on page 51. All right. This is withholding, paranoia, stinginess, and frugality. Whether because of a sudden change of circumstance or long-held patterns of lack, you may find yourself feeling overly concerned about your finances and security right now. You might be worrying that there won't be enough to meet your needs, so you're trying to conserve every penny. Your fears may even cause you to unconsciously seek others to reassure you or guarantee your needs in some way. So that's what I was talking about with the whole idea of like popularity, getting other people to follow you. I think that you at this time could really be relying on that, whether it is for material security or for like your self-esteem or something like that. Relying on other people, even if it is unconscious. Okay, which I think it probably is because she's here in the upright. So that leads me to believe it's probably an unconscious seeking. The trouble with allowing these fears to take over is that your insecurity will be felt by others and they will step back. Here we go, step back, fearful of being used for your security, creating a cycle of even more deprivation. This circle of fear and lack dries up the well of prosperity even further. You know what this reminds me of? there are a lot of people, and Shira 7 is one of them, but there are a lot of people online who have said that they've had a lot of success with this technique. So like, let's say that somebody is bothering you a lot, right? Let's say that like you're a pretty lady, you don't have to be, but let's just, in this scenario, you're a pretty lady and somebody is coming up and they won't stop bothering you. The best way to get them to leave you alone is to ask them for money. Or tell them, you know, that you have like 5 kids or something like that, right? But one of those two things, it's like they're immediately they're not going to be able to step up. They're most likely not going to want to step up, and so they will leave you alone, right? So even if it's a lie or you have no intention of taking their money, right? Like, you're going to have to come up with some sort of clever way. And I said it didn't even have to be that clever, right? You could use exactly the example that I just gave you, mentioning like your 5 kids or asking them for money or whatever, right? But doing something to kind of make yourself seem less attractive to this person so that they want to leave you alone. Okay. Happily, your prosperity guides are here to help you to reverse this vibration. They inform you that hoarding or withholding in any way goes against the divine flow of the universe, and it's the opposite of what's called for to create prosperity. The universal laws of prosperity state that we receive what we give. You know what's so interesting is I wanted to say that. I wanted to mention specifically the song You Get What You Give by New Radicals, but I was like, did I mention that in one of these other piles? I didn't know, so I didn't say it. But I think it's so interesting that we just had that line because we have like receiving and giving in this reading, right? So I just find that so interesting. Interesting. Anyway, the universe does not lack. Lack only exists in our minds. The true source of poverty is an indication that we've disconnected from our divine source, which causes low self-esteem. This is the true, and I just got a pop on my candle. So I had talked about self-esteem earlier, and now here we go again, self-esteem. This is the true source of lack in any area of life, whether it's money, comfort, security, or even love. To get back into the flow of things, your prosperity guides urge you to reconnect to the source of being generous in all ways. Any stingy tendencies, even with yourself, only keep you cut off. Any stingy tendencies, even with yourself, only keep you cut off from divine supply. Reclaim your self-esteem by recognizing that you are a trust fund baby of the universe. Your needs will be met easily if you open your heart to receiving the universe's gifts. Connect to this flow by sharing what you can, a smile, a compliment, your assistance, your time, your prosperity guide's message. Tap in to the abundance of the universe by sharing your heart. Okay, so I definitely think that the focus of this reading is that you are working on upping your self-esteem, trying to find ways that you feel more attractive, not only to yourself, but to the other people around you. And I think that you could be kind of subconsciously or unconsciously seeking support from kind of all the wrong types of people, all the wrong places, okay? So you will have to find that self-esteem like within you, and you're going to have to stop with that lack mindset. And so the Queen of Wands, she doesn't have a lack mindset. She knows that she can get anything she wants. She knows that she can, even if she has to seduce her way into anything that she wants, she knows that she can accomplish anything. She's the queen of action. She's the queen of attention. She's the queen of intention. Okay, so if she intends for it to happen, it will. She's a master manifester. Okay, so you are working on embodying that energy, and in order to do that, you have to let go of your deprivation mindset, okay? Another interpretation that I'm getting here for this card is the idea of letting go of really staunchly held beliefs about why someone or something is bad, okay? The more that you focus on something, the more power you give it, the more attention you give something, the larger of a space it has in your life. So let's say that there is like a negative person in your life and you're trying to get them to leave you alone or whatever, and that does not have to be the case for everybody. It's just an example. You can take the metaphor and use it however you want, but if you stop paying attention to them, of course not at the expense of your own safety, but if you stop paying attention to them, then they start to take up a smaller space in your life. And that can be very beneficial. But let's go ahead and see more about this gift that you'll be receiving here. we've got grace. So you will be receiving, as soon as this negative energy leaves your life, or this negative belief even, that you've been a true believer of for so long, right? Because that's the other interpretation. It could either be a negative person who has been a quote unquote true believer of you, kind of like creepy stalker energy, or it could be that you've had this true believer type of energy yourself about someone or something in your life. And as soon as you let that go, you will be given grace. You will receive grace, okay? That is the grace to run freely, to be happy, to make mistakes, to let go, to have fun, to not have to worry, to live in peace, okay? To live in peace and harmony. And it's like this grip that this person or this belief has had on your mind, once you release that and you break those chains, oh, honey, you are going to just like enter completely into the baddest of bitchery, okay? It's going to be your baddest bitch era, and it's going to be lovely. You're going to feel so free. We have number 39 here. I don't even feel a need to read from the book on that one. Let's go and get some extra information about what you have to give. Interesting. Business 52. So the way that I want to interpret this is that you might have to physically pay for something, okay? Or the other way, now that that's done, is about like knowing whose business is what, okay? Like minding your own business, minding the business that pays you, right? Keeping your business to yourself, keeping your side of the street clean, understanding, you know, who needs to be clued in to what, when, where, and why, and who doesn't. All right. I think that's so funny that it came out literally as business. But it's interesting because I saw this video the other day, and I'm just going to let you guys in on a little secret, is that I took weeks. It took me weeks, maybe 3 weeks, maybe even a whole month between when I filmed pile 2 versus now when I'm filming pile 3. And it probably was because I needed to read this book. And the book that I read was called Failure to Launch. I don't remember who it was by, but it's by like a psychologist. And I think his initials are MM, but I don't remember. Let me look that up, because I think it's a good book, especially if you are either struggling in your own life or if you have kids who kind of seem like they're struggling. It's a good book to read. It also makes me think, of course, of that movie, Failure to Launch, with Sarah Jessica Parker and Matthew McConaughey. But yes, Failure to Launch by Mark McConville, PhD. Why your 20-something hasn't grown up and what to do about it, okay? But he makes an analogy in there about boundaries. And he's like, boundaries are when you know what business is yours and what business is somebody else's, and what business you guys mutually share together, okay? And when you have strong boundaries, you know that you don't always have to tell everybody about your business. And like the way that he defines business is like literally the responsibilities of your life, and how, especially when we're talking about kind of like parents and kids. So a good example would be when a child is like growing up and learning how to tie their shoes. Before they learn how to tie their shoes, tying their shoes is their parents' business, because they haven't learned yet. The child hasn't learned yet. Once the child starts learning how to tie their shoes, if the parent keeps like stepping in to try and help them, then it gets confusing about whose business this is. But it really needs to become the child's business, because eventually they're always going to have to tie their own shoelaces. The parent is not always going to be there when they're, you know, in 8th grade to tie their shoelaces for them. So that is like a transfer of business, and it becomes a boundaries issue, because the parent can be crossing the boundary of whose business it is if they keep trying to step in while the child is trying to learn how to tie their own shoes, right? So it's a transfer of business, and it's a transfer of ownership of certain business items, okay? Hopefully that made sense. Definitely that book was a very good read, especially if you're into psychology or anything like that. I would highly suggest it. But this is, confirmation. So yeah, definitely go read that book. But this is just an interesting way, I think, of pointing this out to me, because if I hadn't taken that time to myself to take that time off between pile 2 and pile 3, I would never have been able to communicate that to you. And it just is like very interesting that this came out, because I wouldn't have read that book yet. But yeah, so I mentioned earlier that like you might have to come up with either like a white lie, or maybe it's a bold-faced lie, or maybe you are just kind of keeping things to yourself or whatever. And that can help you kind of like free yourself from this situation with this true believer, either mindset or person. But yeah, you have to figure out which business is yours, which business items are yours and yours alone, which business items are somebody else's, and which ones you should and should not have a hand in, which ones other people should and should not have a hand in when it comes to you and your business, okay? That makes me think of that song Rules by Manti. Okay, let me go look up the lyrics, because that song did come out in our identifiers, and I feel like there's a message there that I want to talk about. And it might not be that song, but there's another song that I heard at kind of a similar time. It's also called Rules by Baby Mother. And there is definitely a line in that song that I think is relevant. She says, you can't give your kitty to a person who's not used to getting kitty, because your kitty's going to be everybody's business. Meaning that that person is going to go around telling everybody, you know, what you guys are doing together. So definitely be careful, you know, who you're sharing yourself and your information with, okay? Because some people really don't know how to keep their business to themselves, and they also feel like they have to go and brag about stuff. They have to like go and evangelize about things, tell everybody everything, and it's just like, it's not necessary to do that. So some of you guys might have had a situation, I did say earlier, you might have had a sexual encounter with this person, and maybe they went and like told everybody, you know what I mean? Maybe like you thought you guys would keep it private. Meanwhile, they're over here mouthing off, telling every single person all the stuff that you guys did together, you know, and that's not cool. So here we go. The song Rules by Manti. Let's see. Let me go look up the lyrics real quick. Okay. Rule number 1, if it's about me, at me so I can see it, meaning like on Twitter or X, like how you put the at, you put somebody's username so that they can actually see it. So she's saying don't subtweet me, right? Let me know that you're actually talking shit so I can see it. Rule number 1, if it's about me, at me so I can see it. Rule number 2, if you heard shit that didn't come from me, then don't believe it. There we go. Because I hate a bitch that like to post shit, then before you see it, she delete it. Or when you come to her, she gets to switching up like, girl, I ain't even really mean it, okay? I'm going to keep reading. So when I catch you lacking, don't say shit. Just prepare your ass for this beating, because on-site means on-site, not in no counselor's office having meetings, okay? Yeah, basically, I'm going to keep reading because Spirit is telling me to keep going. She said, if you pull my tracks, I'm going to break your face, and you're really going to be left bleeding. I'm going to stop there. But yeah, I mentioned earlier, like, you have the potential to be really scary. And I think that people can see that, even if you don't ever use that power, okay? You definitely have the ability to make people scared of you. And so you might have to do that a little bit. Again, I'm not advocating for violence at all in any way, shape, or form. But, you know, you might have to like make up a little lie about how you beat somebody up, and maybe they're next if they don't stop talking shit about you. All right, let's go ahead and see what kind of alchemical tool could be helpful in this situation. Spirit, thank you. There's a little bit of a doubt in that break, so let's do it again. Okay. There we go. If you guys are not following me yet on TikTok, definitely go check out my TikTok, Empress of Fortune, over on TikTok. Okay, yeah, let's see what we have here. Ooh, vinegar acetum, and this is number 30. Ooh, 34 again. That's so interesting. So 34 came out twice. And you know what? If you didn't watch the identifiers, the numbers 3 and 8 came out twice. one of them was literally as the number 38, and then 3 and 8 both came out individually. So like 34 and 38, those could be significant numbers for you. And then we do also have 39 right here, as well as 52. So yeah, that's interesting. Okie dokie. Let's go ahead and get into it then. Let me see what we have. I like to read from the book on this one. Kaya Ita, that song is stuck in my head by Bad Bunny and Tiny. If you don't know it, it was in the Identifiers, but go listen to it. All right. This says acidity, distillation, and memory. With such distinct qualities, vinegar can act as a surprising trump card. It sets the tone for all others that are present. Its sour note cannot be ignored. The tongue knows vinegar. Even the suggestion of receiving a few drops into the mouth reminds us of vinegar's sour and lip-puckering qualities. In alchemy, vinegar serves as an active agent of distillation, fermentation, and preservation. It is incredibly useful when applied in the right amounts and with intention. This said, it can be easily overused, overwhelming the situation at hand. When the vinegar card is present in a reading, it indicates a sour note permeates the laboratory. It is like something from the past is showing up in the present and demanding our attention. What did I say? What did I say? I said that the wands are a suit of attention. That word has kept coming up, and I really feel like this person, this like true believer type of character that I have been talking about, if there is one for you, or it could be a true belief that you've had, again, has really, really been like demanding your attention. And the gift that you're receiving is that you're going to finally be able to put your attention elsewhere. Okay, anyway. It is in vinegar's nature to take over, to overwhelm. Be cautious with this material. A little goes a long way. As they say, it is productive to look at your past, but not to stare. Such is the complex energy of vinegar. The vinegar card may be used as a helpful ally in the laboratory to identify a memory that is causing trouble or grief. It is a wonderful means of distillation. So that word distillation keeps coming up, and I do want to explore with it in just a minute or two. To go deeper, view the allegorical Chinese painting, The Vinegar Tasters. And something to ponder is the wisdom of the tongue. So I like talking about the wisdom of the tongue because I feel like that was exactly the vibe that we got from this Seven of Swords and this business card. Knowing who to tell your business to, who not to tell your business to, and making sure that your tongue is wise. Knowing when to shut up and when to, keep going, or when to say something, when to tell the truth, when to tell a lie, right? When to keep something to yourself and when to spread information, whether that information is true or false, right? But yeah, let's talk about distillation. So like when I think of distillation, it does make me think of alcohol, like a distillery. It makes me think of dripping, like drip, drip, drop. Distillation is the act of purifying a liquid by a process of heating and cooling. It could also be the extraction of the essential meaning or most important aspects of something. So I kind of feel like you're going to be using the truth or a lie, I guess, to purify your environment of this scenario, whether it is like this negative thought pattern that you used to really hold dear, or if it's a person. And once you use this power of the tongue to do that, that's when you will have the grace that you need. Okay? I'm wondering if some of you guys might have had some sort of monetary connection to this person. And take that however you will. I don't know exactly what that could mean for you, whether it literally was like a business transaction, or maybe it was, sugar daddy, or maybe it was somebody that you were married to, or somebody that you worked with, or whatever. But like definitely I do feel like there's a strong possibility that money and love could have been involved here, or love, you can take that however you want, because unrequited love does exist. It doesn't have to be that you were in love with this person. It could be that they maybe had really strong feelings for you, right? Or whatever. or if it was like an idea, maybe you gave a lot of money towards that cause and you gave a lot of like your emotional energy towards that cause, okay? So once you're able to kind of like purify the situation, that's when you will be able to have your grace. And something interesting that I'm noticing, I didn't even see that until just now. Look at both of these cards. We have a bird like flying in the same direction on both of these cards. And in one of them, they're carrying something, and the other one, well, they're actually both carrying something. One of them is carrying like this like raccoon, and the other one is carrying an olive branch. Okay, so I think it's this idea of like leaving things behind, but also interestingly enough, you know, like raccoons have masks, kind of like, you know, how they have like a little black stripe across their eyes usually, or like around their eyes. And so it makes me think of like masking something, like masking the true information or getting away with something in some kind of way, you know? But yeah, you've got to give something to get something. That also makes me think of that saying that like it takes money to make money and you get what you give. Okay, so which any of those is meaningful to you is the one that is going to kind of stick out to you, make you think. If you have stuck with me to the end, leave me a comment down below. I would love to see a little like cash, a little cash emoji from our business card right here. Business card, maybe you're getting business cards soon, who knows? Or maybe you and this person exchanged business cards, that's a possibility as well. But yeah, I am just so grateful for you for being here with me. Thank you so much. Oh, I did want to mention, I mentioned this in the identifiers, but not everybody watches those. I redesigned my abundance journals. I finally got them printed here, so I wanted to show you guys. I felt like this pile needed to know. So we have the So Abundant Abundance Journal. It's a wealth building resource companion. There is, in the beginning, there's a lot of information, then there's like a workbook, and then there is space for you with your daily check-ins, or they don't have to be daily whenever you decide to do the exercises, but places also for you to take notes, and there's also affirmations and stuff in here as well too. So definitely go check those out. The link is in the description box below. I have tarot journals as well down there too. So if you're interested in the abundance journal or the tarot journal, both of them are linked below. Don't forget to subscribe and also to follow me on TikTok at Empress of Fortune. Love you all so much. Bye. Hey there, Pile 4. Welcome in. If you chose the Inversion Tarot, we're going to get your identifiers out. If you want to skip this part, if you don't care about the identifiers, if you already feel very connected to this pile just through your meditation or your intuition, then you can skip over this if you like. Some people like to watch them anyway. But there is another timestamp down below labeled Pile 4 reading that you can use to just skip straight to the part with the cards. Totally up to you. For those of you who do like the identifiers, let's go ahead and get into it. Guides, angels, benevolent ancestors, higher self, please help me to disconnect from the energy of any other piles. There we go, a little clarity. And help me to connect to the energy of Pile 4, those who chose the Inversion Tarot. What do they need to hear from this reading, and how will they know that this reading is for them? Let's get our identifiers out. Thank you. Who's a Pile 4, Spirit? Who are my Pile 4 people? Who are my Pile 4-lians? My Pile 4 people, my Pile 4 aliens. Anybody else? Okay. Alright, let's see what happens. Alright, there we go. Let me just, there we go. This is a very small pile. Who knows? It could still appeal to a lot of people. Alright, we've got cheesy snacks. I was literally just eating some Cheetos. I wonder if this pile is for me. I just had a little cheese burp. So you could be lactose intolerant also. Oh, I forgot to explain how these work. So basically, anything that comes out on these slips or anything that I associate it with should be relevant to you, significant to you, or it could have shown up like in passing in your life very recently. So for example, like I just said, I was just eating Cheez-Its, not Cheez-Its. So maybe Cheez-Its is relevant to you. But I was just eating Cheetos. So like that is relevant to me because I was just eating them, right? Maybe you heard somebody talk about a cheesy snack earlier. You might not have had one, but like you heard about it in passing. Maybe like your coworker was talking about cheesy snacks or something, right? So that would mean that this reading is for you, all right? I haven't had Cheez-Its in so long. Oh my gosh, they're so good. I miss them. I haven't had them in forever. So it's weird that I said that. Picture by Sheryl Crow and Kid Rock, a little duet action, a country duet action. This is like a very popular karaoke song that people like to sing together. I put your picture away. Sat down and cried today. Ruby Woo. That's a lipstick color from MAC. I literally just saw somebody talking about Ruby Woo on TikTok. It must have been like yesterday or 2 days ago, so I would not be surprised. Maybe this is my pile. That's weird. It's like, you know, that's kind of what I mean. It's like it came up in passing because I was literally like scrolling on my phone, right? And somebody was like, oh, your lipstick color is so cute. In the comments, they were like, oh, it's Ruby Woo from MAC, right? So it was like very short, very quick. But I saw it. Drummer. So maybe you're a drummer. Maybe like your son is a drummer or something like that, or daughter. Now I'm thinking of that song, A Better Son or Daughter by Rilo Kiley. And then maybe like you saw a bucket drummer or something like that, you know? It doesn't always have to be so formal. Maybe you were talking about your favorite drummer earlier today, or maybe you're dating a drummer or something like that. I don't know. Maybe like your favorite member of your favorite band is the drummer, like Flea or Travis Barker. Okay, I don't know why I just said Flea because Flea is not a drummer, but you get the idea. Anyway, Ritz-Carlton. That also makes me think of the Ritz-Carlton yacht collection. But maybe you live there or stayed there or you work there or you just passed by there or something, saw an ad for it. Who knows? Aaron Taylor Johnson. He's an actor from Bullet Train, Angus Thongs and Perfect Snogging. He was also in Kick-Ass. He was in a lot of things. King Curtis, aka Fat Kid Loves Bacon. This is from Wife Swap. And it was like a viral clip a long time ago from Wife Swap. That had to be like at least 15 years ago. I Don't Wanna Be by Gavin DeGraw. That's a song. It was also the theme song for that TV show One Tree Hill. Let's see what we have here. Doctor Strange, Marvel. So I don't really know that much about Marvel, but I do believe Doctor Strange is played by Benedict Cumberbatch. And also, I am like not trying to call attention to anything, but like this it just makes me think that I should. I have eczema on my hands, you guys, so ignore my eczema. So maybe somebody else has eczema or something like that. I think I just like am an over-enthusiastic hand washer. I wash my hands a lot. And it irritated my skin barrier. But the reason why I am saying that is because like I had the urge to tell you guys about it, and I haven't mentioned it. Like I didn't mention it in any other piles. But then immediately after I had the urge to tell you guys, Doctor Strange comes out. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll say it. But I was like, I'll just ignore it. Maybe they won't notice. And like maybe you didn't notice, but I don't know. It could be, like I said, an identifier for somebody. 93 Till Infinity by Souls of Mischief. That's a song. Shout out to the Bay Area, California. And then we have here Nick Miller from New Girl. Nick Miller. Speaking of California, but that's more like Los Angeles is where New Girl is set. I was like, they don't ever go to the Bay. They do go to Portland at one point, and they also go to Long Island at another point, but they don't go to the Bay Area. Corny. So maybe you're corny. Maybe you eat a lot of corn. Maybe you just like realize that corn is in everything. Everything's made out of corn. Or maybe somebody around you is really corny, or you just heard somebody call somebody else corny, or you read it somewhere. Blackberries. So two kind of like food-ish references coming through with corn and also blackberries. Blackberries also makes me think of the phone, the BlackBerry phone. So maybe you had one of those back in the day. What does this say? Half and half. Speaking of the Bay Area, this TV show is set in San Francisco. So yeah, some San Fran issues, energy coming through. Interesting. That is a show about two half-sisters who grew up very differently, but they end up living like in the same building and they become friends. So yeah, it's in San Francisco, set in San Francisco. And now it's making me think of That's So Raven, because it also was set in San Francisco in like a very similar kind of house. So yeah, interesting. Brand new. So maybe something that you got is brand new, but that is also the band Brand New. Fuck Jessie Lacey. All right, what do we have here? Fresh air. So maybe you had fresh air, like you might be going out for some fresh air, or you might have heard somebody say that recently, but that also is like a podcast on NPR, Fresh Air. Okie dokie. Let's see, we've only got 3 more. Again, it's a very small pile. Almost just ripped this one. Rip. Gospel music. Okay, gospel music. Maybe you are a gospel singer, gospel musician. Maybe you just really like to listen to gospel music. Maybe you heard somebody singing some earlier or talking about some. Afternoon by Max Biancon. That's a song. Maybe you know it, or maybe you know the band. In the afternoon. In the afternoon. All right. 4th of July. In the USA, that is Independence Day. If you live in another country, then whenever the Independence Day is, if your country has one, or maybe you like visited a different country and they had an Independence Day while you were there, or whatever, right? So yeah, if any of these things are relevant to you, significant to you somehow, or they came up in passing, then that means that this is in fact your pile 4. If not, feel free to go check out some of the other piles, and if not, then check out some of my other videos on my channel. But yes, also below I do have some abundance journals and tarot journals for sale. You can go grab one at the link in the description box. There are 2 separate links. If you're interested in a private reading with me, I am doing private readings now. You can book them on my website, empressoffortune.com. And yeah, let me go write these down in my tarot journal, and I'll see you guys in just a second. Hey there, Pile 4. Welcome to your reading. We're going to give you some divine guidance. We're going to find out like the focus of the reading. Then we'll figure out what gift you will be receiving and what gift you will be giving, okay? We'll also figure out some like alchemical tools that you can use to kind of help this process along, okay? So card number 1 will be the focus of the reading. Card number 2 will be the gift they're receiving. That kind of felt like that rhymed. And then card number 3 will be the gift they're giving. Okay, thank you, Spirit. All right, let's get into it. This is the Inversion Tarot, if I didn't say that already. All right, focus, gift receiving, gift giving. All righty. I feel like putting this over here for whatever reason. Let's get the focus here. This is crazy. That's insane. So I definitely said at the beginning of the reading, help me to like disconnect from the energy. I said that at the beginning of the Identifiers. I didn't say it just now, but I'm saying it again. I said, help me disconnect from the energy of any other piles and connect to the energy of pile 4. Pile 3 literally had the exact same card in the exact same place. Okay, it was a different deck, obviously, but Queen of Wands was the focus of the reading in pile 3. So you could have messages in pile 3 possibly, but then again, you were brought to pile 4 for a reason. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and turn over the other cards because I want to kind of see what the context of this is. But we do know the Queen of Wands is a very confident figure, okay? She follows her own light. She follows her own inspiration. Some of you guys might be like heavy smokers, okay? I say that because she's got like a lighter in her hand. That's what I'm going to call it. It's like a torch, but I'm going to say it's a lighter. And then she also has this like little this leaf in her other hand. Can you guys see that right there? And it reminds me of the smokers know. She also has this club here. The club's like on her lapel, and that also has that same like 3 leafness to it. So some of you guys might be Smokers, Jokers, Midnight Tokers, okay? The Joker by Steve Miller Band is coming through. You don't have to be, though. Maybe you used to be, but you definitely don't have to be. That is so interesting that it literally came up in the exact same position. That's wild. Anyway, yeah, let's go ahead. All right, let's go ahead and get the next card. We've got the gift you'll be receiving. Interesting is the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. And then we have the gift you're giving is the Five of Pentacles in reverse. So I think some of you guys are giving, well, not some of you. If you're here, then it is what it is. If you're here, then this is what it is. You're going to be giving up a kind of slacker or lackadaisical kind of lifestyle. And you're going to be moving a lot more in a space of security. Okay, you're going to be looking for security. Security. What is that? Bonquiqui? If you don't know, go look it up. But yeah, Bonquiqui is coming through. That's another like viral video. We had a viral video in our identifiers, but it was different. That one was Fat Kid Loves Bacon. But this one is Bonquiqui. And yeah, I think you're going to be giving up insecure lifestyle and activities. You're also going to be giving up broke dick, okay? Whether that's your own or somebody else's, you're going to be giving it up. And I don't mean giving it up like giving it to somebody. I mean you're going to be saying that I no longer want that broke D in my life, okay? It makes me think of that song, Check Run It by T.I., where he's like, no broke shit in my life because I'm scared shit could rub off on me. I'm superstitious, no lie, okay? And I kind of feel like you don't want to be associated with that anymore, don't want to be associated with that lifestyle, so you're going to be trying to figure out ways that you can become more stable, okay? However, the way that I see you receiving this gift is to kind of indulge, either overindulge or indulge in the art of selfishness, okay? Hoarding is kind of coming to mind, but since this is a gift, I don't think necessarily that it will be hoarding. I think that it's just the idea of overflow, right? Like hoarders have in excess of what they need. And I think that you will be giving up your kind of broke bitch lifestyle so that you can have, and you will have in excess of all the things that you need. Okay, something interesting enough is that I mentioned these leaves in her hand, and now the Queen of Pentacles has some leaves behind her, but they're growing much taller, okay? Whereas I think that the Queen of Wands in you would have been okay with kind of like sharing in the past. Now you're kind of like, I don't know if I want to share anymore. You're gonna be like, I don't know if I really want to share anymore. Especially not with you broke bums, you bum bitches. Okay? Couple wipes in case a bum tried to touch me. Ew. Nicki Minaj, I'm pretty sure this did it on him. This is very interesting energy. Very, very interesting energy, but also a very different reading than pile 3. So you might not have messages in pile 3. I just still think it's kind of weird that they both started off with the Queen of Wands. I do see that you are going to be receiving a much more money-focused lifestyle, a much more money-focused mentality as well. It could be your kind of like soul and total focus is becoming that more stable version of yourself, as opposed to kind of just enjoying life. Whereas I think maybe in the past you were enjoying life a lot, and possibly even a little too much, even if it made you broke, you didn't really care. And I think that you're kind of changing your priorities. And that will be the gift that you receive. But part of that is learning to save, okay? Learning how to budget. I think you're going to be a lot more strict with the things that you have. And even if there is a certain point where you kind of overpack or you have things more than you need, I think that you will you'll always have more than enough. Let me put it that way. You don't ever want to be in a space of lack again, because I do think you were in a space of lack with this Five of Pentacles here, and you have definitely, absolutely have to give up your lack mindset in order to move forward. And then maybe once you kind of let go of that lack mindset, eventually, possibly you will be able to give things away or be more generous. But I think for the time being, you are going to just have to get yourself on stable footing and make sure that you have, you know, your safety net. I think that that's kind of where we're going with this, but you always want to be in a space of having more than you need so that you don't ever have to even consider lack. And it's okay sometimes to be kind of selfish in that regard as well. Interestingly enough, also on her crown, up at the top, I don't know if you guys can see this, but she also has like that same kind of club, that 3-leaf kind of clover shape on the top of her crown. And I think that's interesting because I think you will like retain some of your like bad bitch kind of ways and some of your excitement and a lot of the same kind of like happy-go-lucky lessons that you learned during this time when you didn't have as much. And you'll wear those kind of like as a badge of honor in a way. Even though you don't have to live that lifestyle anymore, you'll wear it as a badge of honor that you once did. You know? That's interesting. I'm even getting that like some of you guys might write something about that time of your life, almost like, you know, writing a memoir or writing like a journal entry or whatever. It doesn't have to be anything that you ever plan to share with somebody, but I definitely see you like reminiscing about that time and feeling kind of excited, but also kind of sad that you went through it, you know, but you will definitely like cherish that time because I think that it will be fuel for your fire to like bring you to this space of always having more than you need, you know. I would be lying if I said that there's not a fear here. And in some ways, fear can be a gift, you know, because fear can tell us like when we're in danger, right? So I think that you will have a kind of healthier fear of being destitute, broke, homeless, that kind of thing. And that will keep you kind of on your P's and Q's when it comes to maintaining that level of financial stability that you are interested in and working towards, okay? But with this Queen of Wands, I definitely see you like taking definitive action towards this, okay? I see you taking, and even becoming passionate about this, you know? I see you becoming passionate and excited about the prospect of being in that overflow and of having more than you need. And I see that genuinely driving you towards that state of mind. And it's interesting because we can see her shoes, but we can't see hers, right? And this is like saying that you're taking the right steps, and you're taking them in the direction that you need to go. And her feet are actually even pointed facing towards this Queen of Pentacles. So it's like, you know, the direction that you want to go is towards that Queen of Pentacles mindset and energy. And I think it's kind of funny because we had Nick Miller come out in our Identifiers, and if you guys have ever seen New Girl, which is the show that character is from, he's played by Jake Johnson. But in one of the early episodes, it's probably in season 1, the girls, Cece and Jess, are like talking about if a man's feet are pointed towards you, then that means he's attracted to you. And so it's interesting that I see like the Queen of Wands, her feet are pointed towards this Queen of Pentacles because it means that that's what you're attracted to at this time. And also, interestingly enough, talking about attraction, I said earlier that you're not going to be messing around with broke dick anymore. So you might be just attracted to a totally different type of person than you used to be attracted to in the past. You definitely could be looking for somebody who is more financially stable. Whether or not you're there yourself, I think that that's something that you're interested in and something that you want. So yeah, we did get Ritz-Carlton coming through here. And the word Carlton, the name Carlton, also makes me think of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air as well. But yeah, here's Nick Miller from New Girl. Speaking of Nick Miller, he was like very poor at the beginning of the series of that show. He was a broke-ass bartender who had a lot of issues with money, kept all of his unpaid bills in a box that he never looked in. And eventually, over the course of the show, he did kind of like get his money issues sorted out. And he actually did become a writer. So it's interesting that I brought up that you might write about your past experiences in some way, shape, or form. He didn't write like anything autobiographical, at least I don't think he did. Maybe he did at the very end. He wrote mostly fiction, but it did help him overcome his like broke boy days, and it made him a better suited partner for his like future girlfriend / wife, you know? So I think that you're going to be kind of looking to get into that kind of similar space, and you may be using creative inspiration to do it, which is pretty cool. You're taking inspired action towards your dreams and towards that space of overflow, of having more than you need. I feel like right now is a really good time to shamelessly plug my abundance journal. If you guys have not heard about this before, I similarly did go on a big transformational journey with my relationship to money, and I wanted to just like learn a lot more about money and business and just all kinds of things that have to do with finances and abundance. And so I made a journal to help myself kind of keep track of everything that I was learning. And I used it so much that I eventually was like, wait, I think other people could really benefit from using a tool like this. So I created a more like deluxe version, I guess you would call it. And you can get it down below in the description box, but this is it. It's called the So Abundant Abundance Journal. It's a wealth building resource companion. It has some information here in the front for you to read. It has affirmations in there. It has like a workbook that you can do as well to kind of see where you are. And then it has like check-in space and space for you to write your notes and all this stuff. So it has a lot of resources in there that I definitely encourage you to check out, especially with the content of this pile, because you are kind of trying to move into that space of always having more than you need. Because even if you wouldn't call yourself that broke bitch that I was talking about before, you may have been in some kind of situations where your financial situation was a little bit more precarious than you would have liked it to be, or where you maybe had to like use debt in order to get out of a situation, right? Like you didn't have enough money to pay for something, so you had to put it on your credit card, and it was like an emergency, right? And so while you might not be like broke, you might not have always made the best financial decisions, or you might not always have more than what you need. And I think that you, being this Queen of Wands energy and wanting to get to this Queen of Pentacles energy, that resource I think would be very helpful. So I definitely encourage you to go and check that out. Go get it. It is in the link down below in the description box if you feel like buying it. Yes. Okay. Anyway, we're going to check out some other cards here to add on some additional color to this reading. So this is the Ask Your Guides Oracle, because we are getting divine guidance here. The focus of this reading is going to be the first card. The second card will be a gift that this collective pile 4 is receiving. And then the third card will be the gift that they're giving, Spirit. Thank you. All right, let's shuffle this one more time. And then we can... Should we cut it now? Yes, let's cut it now. A song just popped into my head. I don't know what it was. And I don't know if you guys just saw that, but I'll put it down there anyway. Survival. That makes so much sense. I didn't even I wasn't planning on showing the bottom of the deck card. Survival. Some of you guys might have gone through some really hard survival times when you were in your late teens or early 20s. This card is number 19. We also do see sharks in the water. Ooh, that reminds me of that song. Baby, there's a shark in the water. There's something underneath my bed. Oh, please believe I said. Who's that song by? I remember I first heard it on The Inn years ago. I think there's a V. VV Brown. I knew it. And I guess it was on Degrassi at some point. I don't know, that's so weird, but anyway. This also makes me think of Shark Tank. Okay, so you might have had a business that was like really struggling or like just generally not doing well. That's possible as well. But you definitely, I think, were for a long time were in survival mode rather than in thrival mode where you were thriving. You were definitely in survival mode. So yes, that is coming through, and I will bring that card back later. We have here, interesting, that's like a perfect match right there. This is the bravado card for the focus. The gift they're receiving is what? Whoa, 2 reds in a row. Competition. Ooh, okay. And then the gift that they're giving. We have here new beginnings. Divine Father. Interesting. Oh, I'm loving this spread. I love this spread so much. I'm gonna put these like this. Okay. So, you are getting the courage, or Spirit is encouraging you to take the jump, to take the leap, to take the lead, okay? And whatever this is, you do have to understand that this is like a whole new beginning. You have to be willing to start over, okay? There may be something that you tried in the past that did not work, right? I mentioned being survival mode, and so sometimes you have to cut your losses and you have to start over somewhere new, start over with something new, okay? Now I'm thinking of that song, Something New. I think that's from High School Musical. This is the start of something new. It feels so good to be here with you. I don't know if that's the lyrics. I'm sorry for my my voice. Also, it's a movie. Something New is also a movie, the Sanaa Lathan movie, and Simon Baker. Interesting. It's about an interracial relationship. But anyway, Something New, that song, I'm making sure it's from High School Musical. I'm not tripping. Yes, it is. And then also, it's actually called Start of Something New. I thought it was just Something New, which is, I guess, why I ended up talking about that movie, Something New. But also, the word something keeps coming up because didn't I mention the word something a second ago? I did. I don't remember what it was in reference to. Oh well, you watched this, so you probably heard me. Anyway. Oh! Wait, what? Oh, it was when I was singing that song, Shark in the Water. I was like, baby, there's a shark in the water. There's something underneath my bed. Oh, please believe I said. All right, so yeah, the word something is coming up. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but I guess we'll find out, or maybe we already covered it, but who knows. Anyway, the gift that you're receiving is competition, okay? Competition definitely can be a gift because it can really like motivate us to get our shit together, okay? Like if you think about, I don't know if you guys ever had rivals in high school, but they definitely can like push you to achieve more, to study harder, to, you know, just try and do better so that you can beat them, right? I also kind of feel like in this context, oh, it's so interesting that this card number is 17 because I didn't even make that connection when I thought about like the high school thing, but it definitely reminds me of like like the valedictorian and salutatorian fighting over that top spot, you know? But I also think it's interesting that both of these cards are red because I was talking about how the Queen of Wands, especially wands, are a suit of action, and Pentacles are much more slower moving, but you do see the results of your actions materialize. And with this being said, and especially with the Queen of Pentacles being in reverse, I feel that the competition that you're being encountered with has caused you to just want to be number one and want to like put yourself first, want to almost like hoard all of the glory for yourself in a kind of way. And that's a very different perspective than what you used to do. I think you're probably the type of person who used to like live outside of the box in a lot of ways, used to kind of live beyond, outside the rules is what I want to say. And now you're figuring out how to play within the rules, and not only how to play within the rules, but how to win, and also how to like impress other people. You see how, oh my goodness, this is crazy. These two cards are so similar. Look at the figures in the background. We've got the same figure here, this guy with the horns on the left. And then there are two other figures which don't necessarily appear to be exactly the same. Maybe perhaps this middle figure here and then this person on the horse could be the same person. Sorry for the glare, you guys. But they seem to have different numbers of feathers in their hair, so I don't want to say that they are the same person. Maybe they are all the same people, because now that I'm looking at this figure here and then this figure in the middle, they seem to be similarly dressed. So these elders, they could definitely be the same in both cards. And so it's kind of like you're being watched over by your guides, by your spirit team, and they're leading you or encouraging you to go into this space of leadership and learning how to win within the bounds and the boundaries that you're given. And your ancestors, your spirit team, they have already had to play the game. So they understand, of course, that sometimes if you want to learn how to win, you also have to learn how to play. It makes me think of like Pablo Picasso and how he said, you know, you have to learn all of the rules of art before you can successfully break them and like do your own style, right? So there's nothing wrong with being inside of the boundaries or being inside of the rules at times, because it's like when you think about life as being like a game, all games have rules to them. You just have to pick which game you want to play, and then you have to learn the rules, and then you have to figure out how to win. Not all games are the same, right? Not all ecosystems and industries of life are the same. And so when you pick one that you want to play in, you learn the rules and you compete within that. And then once you learn the rules, you can learn how to successfully break them so that you can, you know, do your own thing. Rather than just trying to like live outside of the boundaries all the time, being discounted, disenfranchised, counted out, right? It's like you're deciding to, very interestingly, looking at this picture on this card, the person is very clearly coming in the door. They're not going out the door. They're coming in the door. And yes, there are stars inside, but where they're coming from looks like it's like an outdoor green area, green space, okay? Whereas the inside looks like it's like a room, even though it has stars on the ceiling. That's how I'm interpreting this. And so it's like you're entering into this space of boundaries. You're entering into this space of conscious confinement. And I don't want you to think of it as limitations, even though there may be limitations. You'll figure out that sometimes it is better. I don't know how to finish that sentence. So I guess I'm just going to leave it there. Sometimes it can be better inside the box, I guess. I'm thinking right now about that book, The 4-Hour Workweek by Tim Ferriss. He has a point very early on in the book when he talks about how he became, I don't want to say it was like Muay Thai, it was Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or something, maybe some sort of like mixed martial arts. He became a champion even though he didn't really know how to fight, but because he like read all the rules. And apparently if you push your opponent outside of the ring, it's an automatic disqualification for them and you win. So he just made that his entire strategy, was just to get his opponent outside of the ring, either to step outside of the bounds or like literally to push them out of the ring. And so because he did that, he was able to win and become a champion like multiple times. He didn't even really know how to fight, but he looked at the rules and he figured out how to use them to his advantage. And I feel like that's what you're going to do. And that's the gift that you're receiving. So I don't know what game it is that you're playing. I don't know, you know, what industry or ecosystem or whatever that you've chosen that you want to pursue. But I definitely see that as being the the way that you're going to end up winning. And there could be somebody here who's kind of like a catalyst for you, who kind of like spurs you along, and helps you to recognize that like you want to be a leader or a champion within this kind of industry. Okay, I am going to bring out another one of our identifiers, and that is the song I Don't Want to Be by Gavin DeGraw. It was the theme song for One Tree Hill. That does not have any meaning to me because I never saw that show, but it might have meaning to you. But the reason why I'm bringing it out is because there's this line in there where he says, I don't want to be anything other than what I've been trying to be lately. And I think that you have an idea of what it is that you want to do or who you want to be. And I think that it's almost like a one-track mindedness towards that goal, right? Like, you know, there's only one path. Why can't I pick this up? There's only one path on this card. You know, I don't want to be anything other than what I've been trying to be lately. You know, it's almost like, you know, making a choice and sticking to that choice and being okay with that. And it's interesting that I left this like survival card out here, right here, because it is almost just like this idea of being plucked from obscurity is coming through after feeling stranded. And it makes me think of this. It's like being plucked up out of here and deposited here, right? And look, it's like that same door. It's not exactly the same because this one is curved, but it's like the same door, very similar. I like that. I think that it will be hard work. I don't think you're afraid of the hard work. I do think you would prefer for it to not have to be hard forever with this Queen of Pentacles in reverse, but you're not afraid of the hard work that comes with this. And I think that you're also not afraid of like using, I don't want to say using people in a bad sense. I mean kind of like how a queen uses her knights. You know what I mean? Like she will delegate things to them. She will have them stand in for her when she needs them to. You know, if she has a mission that she's on, she'll have her knights go out and, you know, accomplish things for her, do things for her, bring things back for her, represent her in some ways, that kind of thing. And so I feel like you are no longer afraid of operating kind of like that. And you're really definitely here to like build your empire in whatever your chosen field is, whatever your chosen arena is. And I keep using like the words ecosystem and industry because I think that they are relevant here. But yeah, you have to give up your poverty mindset. You also have to give up the mindset of being okay with keeping people around you who don't do anything for you. And that goes back to the whole Knights thing. That's why I was like, I felt weird about saying it, but no, that is what it is. Like, you don't want some broke, lazy layabout invading your space. You want people who are willing to help you do the work and who are also like, who believe in you and believe in your cause and are helpful to the cause and dedicated to your cause as well. That doesn't mean that they make your life their life, right? It just means that they are really, they see your vision and that they will do what they can, anything that they can to help you, whatever they can to help you, you know? So yeah, you have to be willing to start fresh, to start over, to start new. And I think there's also something to be said here about like a victim mentality, especially with the survival card here and like being surrounded by these sharks and stuff. Like, what's interesting is I don't know how you got to where you are, but just like looking at this one person in this tiny boat, and I want to say this is like a river. It really looks more like an ocean. And it's interesting that there's a spotlight on it too. But like the word that came to mind was river. And it's like, I don't know how this person got out there in that tiny boat. Is that like a rescue boat from, you know, a larger ship and they were the only person who made it onto the rescue boat? Or did they, you know, row out there themselves? You know, I don't know. Only I think you know how you got to where you are, but whatever the position is, it's pretty precarious. But there is like a light at the end of the tunnel. There is like a bright idea maybe that has come to you that I think could be like a saving grace in a lot of ways. Or there could be a person who comes to help you and who maybe recognizes the things that you're doing and wants to put a spotlight on it, which is pretty cool. But you have to be ready to take your rightful place in the ring, and you also have to be ready to win. And in some cases to fight, but mostly to win. And don't forget to ask your spirit guides for help. Ask them for guidance, because they definitely will be there. And like warrior guides, right? Warrior guides, that I guess they are the same figures, even if they are dressed mildly differently. But yeah, I want to see something. Okay, I also am thinking about the song 9 by Willow and SZA. And there's a line in there. That song has been like really speaking to me for the last couple of days. And I thought it was just like me being, you know, hyper focused on it. But I think there's a message that I need to relay to you guys. With this competition aspect, I think also like some people's interests might be misaligned. So it's okay to understand that like not everybody wants the same thing that you want. Right? And like just thinking about how these two people are playing tug of war on this card. You know, this could be somebody that you're connected to or tethered to in some way. And you guys might have maybe like interests at the opposite end of the spectrum. And some of the lyrics in that song 9, they go like not negative, just different. You want to go to lunch and I want to have a picnic. You want to go up, I want to just fly all night, right? And it's like, it's not negative, the fact that you guys want different things. They really are just different. And so sometimes you have to just go your own way. And I think that's why the Queen of Pentacles is here in the reverse, because you're learning like not to be so accommodating anymore to other people, to the point of like being run roughshod over, right? Like, I think your people-pleasing tendencies are kind of coming to an end, and that you can recognize that you guys want different things, but it doesn't have to mean that you are constantly putting aside your own interests in order to let the other person win or be more comfortable. I think you're definitely going to be standing up for yourself a lot more and finding other people to stand up for you. And, you know, learning how to fight your own fights. All right, let's go ahead and get a tool out that you can use in this scenario to kind of like help you alchemize this guidance. All right, let's see what we have here. Oh, okay, we have 2. There are 2 cards coming out, so we'll go ahead and take both of those. First, we have lead, and then we have fog. You cannot imagine, like, how different, you know, are those 2 energies. They're so absurdly different. That's so funny. One of them is, like, super heavy, the lead, right? And then one of them is so light. Not that you can't see it. Fog is heavy in its own way, you know, but it is also like vapor, right? So we have like a solid and then we have like a vapor over here. That's so interesting. Also over here on this lead card, we have Saturn. And then we have another symbol that like kind of resembles Pisces. I don't think it's exactly Pisces, but it kind of resembles Pisces. So I find that very interesting. I'm going to go ahead and read from the book on this one. This is number 20, and then we have number 39. All right, so lead or plumbum says density, weight, Saturn. Lead is the first metal. its properties are heavy, dense, and unwaveringly steady. And I think that that's the energy here that you can leverage in this Queen of Pentacles. Also thinking about pentacles like they're coins, right? Coins are made of metal, right? So you are undertaking this energy of becoming super steady and understanding that like nobody can change your inherent value. Once a coin is forged, its value stays the same, right? That's not talking about like Forex or anything like that, but it's like a nickel is always going to be worth 5 cents, you know? So like once a coin has been forged, it is now inherently valuable. And I guess in terms of like coin collectors and like coins from long ago, they can become more valuable over time, especially depending on how rare they are. But I think that you are just like understanding that you have this level of inherent value that I think that you didn't recognize in yourself before when you were at this Five of Pentacles, like lack mindset situation, okay? And you're never going to let anybody downplay you again. And I think that's why this competition card is coming in here. You know, understanding and realizing that you are that bitch and nobody's going to be able to downplay you anymore. Even if it comes with a certain level of, well, I wanted to say the random word that came into my mind was sophistication, but that's not really where I was going with that. I do think it comes with a certain level of arrogance as well. But it's not bad because we still have this Queen of Wands in the upright. So I don't want to, none of the things that I'm saying are bad. I think it's more just that you are, again, doing away with your people-pleasing tendencies because you realize that it can devalue who you are as a person and you don't want to disrespect yourself in that way anymore. And you also want to really uplift your skills and your abilities and the things that you can do in order to bring in the type of life that you want and to be recognized for that type of life. And you want to do that above all else. That's definitely what I'm getting. The above all else and almost like at any cost is really coming through here. Anyway, let's keep going. Lead is often perceived as the metal that initiated the entire alchemical drive to turn what is base, lead, into what is noble, gold. It correlates to the planet Saturn and its love of rules and structure. On one hand, this card implies a fixed position or burden that may be weighing down the work. On the other hand, lead can arrive just in time to ground a situation, to bring an alchemist back to the humble beginnings. Either way, the presence of lead is sobering. We cannot ignore it. The impatient alchemist may be discouraged to see it in the laboratory as it reminds us of how far we have to go. Approach this card with reverence for the ongoing process. So I mentioned at the beginning that I kind of felt like this lady this lady on the Queen of Wands, there was this energy of like being a smoker, a toker, a midnight joker or whatever. I'm a joker, I'm a smoker, I'm a midnight toker, right? Some of you guys may need to stop smoking, okay? Especially since we did have that like sobering. It's about being brought back down to earth. You need to spend more time down to earth instead of in the fog, okay? So this is like, also, I mean, you could save a lot of money by doing that. That's number 1 or 2, however you want to count that. But I just think it's so interesting that the way these cards came out, we have like the fog over here, over this Five of Pentacles, and then the nebula, right? Being in a nebulous situation where you don't really know what's going to happen next. You don't know maybe even like where your next meal is coming from. You don't know, you know, just like what your future holds. That's this nebulous, foggy arena. Versus we have the lead over here, over this Queen of Pentacles. The Queen of Pentacles always knows where her next meal is coming from. She is never insecure. She's never food insecure. She's never insecure in any kind of way because she always makes sure that she has more than what she needs. She is stable, okay? She definitely understands that there's more work to do. And I said that earlier. And the competition is going to let you know that you haven't fully won yet, that there is more work to do. And so patience is going to be very important here as well. But yeah, the idea of sobering and sobriety is coming through for sure. And yes, that could be discouraging because I know a lot of people really like whatever kind of escapist tendencies that they have, whether those are substances or just escapist behaviors. A lot of people really like them. That's why they do them. And I know people, you might be reluctant to it to a certain point, but at a certain point, again, you have to figure out what game you want to play and how you can best get in the ring and fight for it. You know, I remember when I first started hosting karaoke, I had this mentor, and he told me, and so like when you're hosting karaoke, most of the time you're in a bar, right? And you have a lot of people who are enjoying themselves, and a lot of people like really want the quote unquote liquid courage of some sort of alcohol in order to feel comfortable getting on stage. And I remember when I first started out working for him, and I was like learning how to set up everything, and I was, you know, going to different bars around the city, and you know, getting to know all of like the bar managers and the bartenders and just all the people that I would be working with and networking with. He told me that when he first started off, he didn't drink for like the first 2 years on the job. Because when you're in that environment, it's very easy to, you know, be off your game when you are under the influence of something. And that's not even to say that he was like drinking a lot after those 2 years or anything like that, but it's just like, if you choose to be in this game, you're choosing to, you know, start a business, or you're choosing to learn a new skill or whatever, you want to be at the top of the game so that you can make sure you know what the rules are, you know? And then once you have those down, then you can start breaking the rules later on. So I just think that that's a very interesting example, and one from like my personal life that I wanted to share with you that really struck a chord with me, you know? And that's why I said, it's like, who knows what kind of game you're trying to play? I don't know what it is that you're interested in. You know what it is that you're interested in. But if you're really serious about it, then you want to do it with a clear head and a clear mind and feel grounded in it, not be in a foggy place where things are nebulous. And I think that you need to really solidify your goals, whatever those are, so that you can move towards them, because this is almost like being goal-oriented, not to a fault, but like to a point where you will do anything that you can to achieve your goals. That's the energy that I'm getting here. It's like being lead-footed, like wearing lead boots, where it's like nobody and nothing is going to move me from this spot. You know, I'm planting myself here, and nobody's going to uproot me. Nobody and nothing is going to take me out of this game. Nobody and nothing is going to take me out of this place that I'm putting myself in. You know? So get clear on what it is that you want, and then put yourself in that position, and don't let anybody take you out. Okay? Some of you guys may like actually really benefit from literally like learning how to fight, or taking some boxing lessons, or learning how to ground in general. It doesn't have to be through fighting, but like learning how to ground in general could be good. Especially like going from this space of like being out in the middle of the water on this card here. Like there's no grounding there. You know, you're not able to ground in that boat, in that experience. So getting to ground, however you want to take that, I think will be very important for you, and getting that stability. This book also says lead was also known as the sleeping giant of alchemy. It is said to contain its own secret and solution. Ponder how you can awaken this intelligence. Watch what other cards surround lead. That is why we have these two come out together, the lead and the nebula. That will indicate how mobile this metal is becoming, or how much weight the querent is carrying on their shoulders. And I do think that we already kind of talked about that in terms of you wanting to, or maybe needing to, kind of like come back and down to earth and get a bit more grounded. And something interesting is that this book also says to ponder is the stability of the anchor. And we have this picture here of like this boat, right? This is like not a grounded position. This is not the type of boat that typically comes with an anchor. Maybe you felt like you had one thing, maybe anchoring you, kind of keeping you here in an otherwise possibly pretty bleak situation or foggy situation. But I think the mission now is to become even more grounded. And it's like that idea of the lead boots, you know, not letting anybody move you from the space that you've chosen to occupy. Take up space, sis. What is that? Is that Tony Jones? That's a song. Let me see who it's by. Yeah, it is by Tony Jones. T-O-N-I. Take up space, sis. Okay. So yeah, to go deeper, it says, view Joseph Bowie's 1993 installation, commonly referred to as the pain space in the lead room. It has like a longer German name that I could easily butcher, but I'm just not going to say it. So yeah. Okay, fine. I'll try saying it. Hinter dem Noken word Geselt Schimmerzaum. Also known as the pain space and the lead room. Okay. I think we should go read the fog card now. Number 39. This says disorientation, a funk, a lull. That is very much giving this like survival card energy for sure. It's like you're out in the middle of the ocean surrounded by these sharks. You're disoriented. You don't know which way to go. And I think that's the energy that you are leaving behind in favor of this new beginning. Okay? Yeah. When fog is present, nothing is clear, not even the problem. It's hard to orient oneself or to know where you're headed. A distinctly damp mood blankets the laboratory. Fog can be surprisingly pleasant as a counter to drama, and therefore it can lull us to sleep for long periods of time. With its cooling nature, fog is a natural balm for pain and trauma. Yet, this state cannot sustain us, for we long to see the horizon and our surroundings. There are two solutions. The first is heat. Think sweating, desire, confrontation, passion, and creativity. And this competition is that confrontation. We see the confrontation in both of these cards, actually, with the warrior guides. So that confrontation is going to be part of that solution there. If that is too edgy, the second and inevitable solution is time. We talked about being patient here as well in both of these cards, the competition and the Queen of Pentacles. As they say, the morning fog burns off by noon. The sun will be seen again. How much time you spend in the fog is yet to be determined. And so I think that you're kind of at that space where you're tired of being in the fog and you're tired of being in this Five of Pentacles energy, and you have to leave it behind in favor of a new beginning and a new life where you actually try harder at something. And whatever it is, something, right? That word keeps coming up. And it's almost like you probably know what that something is, but you need to at least pick something. And the word anything is coming through, but I don't want to use that word because it's like, it's not anything. It's some particular thing. Okay? When the fog is thick, reach out to a dear friend or mentor. And you can also reach out to your spirit guides or your warrior guides. You might have some specific warrior guides on your spirit team. So make sure you ask them, how to best get where you need to go. It's important to get oriented and to feel seen when you're within the alchemical stew. I also think it's interesting that they mentioned mentor, and I talked about a mentor earlier. So some of you guys may want to find a mentor for that game that you're trying to play, somebody who can kind of lead you along the way and teach you the best way for you to go. Some of you guys may also have a fear that when you try and enter the arena that you may not be seen. And so you're trying to figure out how to ground yourself in a space that you can and will be seen. And I think that having advice can help you with that. The automatic response of "I'm fine" is fog personified into speech. Notice when you're saying it. See if it's possible to allow a little color and clarity in. So this is also about honesty and getting grounded within your feelings. Because some of you guys may be out of touch with your feelings. You may not even know how to answer that question. Like if somebody asks you how you are, You may not be comfortable answering, or you may not know how to answer. And so being able to be grounded within your feelings, to have something to hold on to, is going to be very important for you. And it's okay to like let people in, even if it's just a little bit. Go deeper is to listen to A Foggy Day, performed by Ella Fitzgerald and Louis Armstrong. Something to ponder is Cooling the Mind. That's very interesting. Alrighty, y'all. I am going to leave this here. I hope that this has been super, super helpful to you. Definitely leave me a comment down below. You can find community in these comments as well. If you know what your something is, and for some reason I'm also hearing like Deep Blue Something. Isn't that the name of a band? Let me look that up. But if you know what your something is, go ahead and comment it down below, and that way you can maybe find other people who know something about that. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. So yes, Deep Blue Something is the name of a band, and they have that song called Breakfast at Tiffany's. And I know for a fact that Breakfast at Tiffany's came out in the Pile 3 Identifiers. So some of you guys may benefit from watching Pile 3. I don't know if that's for everybody, but some of you guys really might benefit from watching Pile 3. Thank you all so, so much for being here with me today. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and to follow me over on TikTok as well at Empress of Fortune. You guys are my everything. You guys mean everything to me. I'm so excited to be here with you, and I wish you all the best. I hope that you take the next steps in your journey. And don't forget to, stay in touch. Let me know what it is that you're doing. We're all part of the community here, me included. Love you, miss you, talk to you soon. Bye.